before they were able to get here, and we got a couple of members online. And so we'll go ahead and get started. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Senator Bowser. He's taken Senator Cluse's spot today, and so welcome to the committee. All right, so we've got a fairly full agenda today, and we're going to start off with the Kansas Information Technology Procurement presentation. Kelly Johnson, he's the Chief Operating Officer with the Department of Administration, is going to give us that presentation. So welcome, Kelly.
Oh, thank you for that. Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for inviting us to give a brief overview of the procurement process. As I'm sure you guys are aware, the procurement process is something that gets pretty deep, pretty quick. And so my goal today is just to provide a quick overview, but also to allow ample time for questions once we're done. And so I do appreciate your attention. Again, my name is Kelly Johnson. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for the Office of Procurement and Contracts. I'm standing in for Director of Purchases, Todd Herman. He is out and could not be here today, so I'm here visiting with you guys. One thing that I would like to start out with, because obviously at a high level, we're not going to be able to hit every detail of the process. This booklet here, this is our Office of Procurement and Contracts Procedures Manual. I did not bring everyone a copy of it because there's been a couple revisions since then. However, I would invite you to go online. We keep the most recent version online. That way, if there's any changes, updates, or anything, you can follow that link, go out and get yourself a fresh copy, or just view it online is what most people do. But this got a lot of the details that are in there. I also want to make sure I recognize that Jordan Brewer is here with us today, the new Chief of Counsel for the Department of Administration. So between him and Samir, we hope to be able to give you a complete presentation. Besides the talking points on procurement, I also will briefly touch on the impact SB 291 has had on the procurement process, mainly because understanding JCIT works in the realm that SB 291 impacts. I thought you might want a little overview. So with that, let me go ahead and get started. In your packets, you're going to find a list of some of the statutes that establish the procurement process. The Office of Procurement and Contracts, our primary purpose is to make sure that procurements are handled according to statute, according to proper procedures, et cetera. So these statutes, and obviously, guys, I'm not going to go through and read those to you, but the statutes, the list is in there. If you need to refer to them or if you have any questions, please let me know. But as we look at this, they're really the core of our operations and the guide for our daily activities. When we look at these processes within the manual and what I'm talking about today, they're all based upon these statutes. So again, I'll reference those throughout the presentations. There's a couple ways that Kansas agencies can procure goods and services. And let me say up front, when I talk about goods and or services, I'll probably refer to them just as goods throughout this presentation. But again, we're talking about procuring something tangible or an intangible service. The first way that a person or an agency can actually procure goods is through what we know as a prior authorization. And a prior authorization is basically a document that is sent to our office contains one of 15 different types of codes, and examples of these codes could be a purchase for equipment that is compatible with existing equipment in the office. So let's say a particular piece of test equipment, they may need an additional module for something they've already purchased. So in a case like that, they would code it compatible because it would make no sense to start over with a different brand. There's also emergency, utility, statutory exemption, and used equipment. In fact, there's a total of 15 different types of codes that go with a prior authorization. And these codes, the book that I referred to earlier, all 15 of those codes are found in the back of that procurement manual, along with their specific use and intent. And so I'll refer back to that manual there. But the important thing about a prior authorization is that they are each individually reviewed by a procurement officer in our office. So we look at them, we determine, is this prior authorization appropriate? Is their justification adequate? And if so, then we'll approve it. But if it's not, then we deny that requisition. Often a denial of a prior authorization is because there may be competition in that particular marketplace, and the agency has failed to provide adequate justification why we should bypass that. So we call them PAs, but any prior authorization that exceeds $100,000 is statutorily required, and the statute's in 75-3739, which that same statute's going to be referenced throughout this presentation. But any purchase over $100,000 on a prior authorization must be advertised for a minimum of 7 days on our website. This allows competitors and alternate vendors to review and say, yes, we can do that too. And in the event that happens, then a challenge is given to Director Herman, who will look at it and see if their response is substantial. And if it is, then we do not allow the prior auth and we force it to go out to bid. The most familiar process, however, that this body is familiar with is competitive bidding. And so that's kind of where I want to focus on today, because competitive bidding does get a little bit complex because there's various types that are out there. Again, competitive bidding, back to that same statute, 75-3739, establishes the need for a competitive bid for any goods or services that are purchased. And these competitive bids fall into 3 different categories. And so I'm going to hit the 2 easiest first, which are what's called an RFQ, which that stands for a request for quotation. The other type is an IFB, which is an invitation for bid. Both of these on the front end are very, very similar in that these are not negotiated events. So what that ultimately means is that an agency will prepare specifications. They will go through, describe in written format what they're looking for, what the end result should be, and equally how they intend to award this. So an IFB or an RFQ, by being non-negotiated events, actually are awarded to the lowest price vendor that meets the specifications. So what we will do when we receive, what OPC will do when we receive the specifications from the agency, is we'll look through these, determine if they're specific enough, too specific, work with the agency to massage the specs to ensure that they're adequate, and we'll post them out on our website. Once on the website, all vendors are free to review the documents, and we give them a period. We typically give them a period on our IFBs and RFQs of about 5 to 7 days where they can ask our agency specific questions about the event. Then those questions are passed to the agency. The agency will respond back to OPC. OPC will make sure that the answers to all questions are publicly posted. In that manner, any question received is answered and available to all vendors at the same time. We do not answer questions individually to vendors. It is all done in a public format through OPC. The agency is not allowed to have any direct contact with the vendors at this point. Once those questions are answered, then the vendor has a period of time to prepare a response to this event. For an IFB, RFQ, they just simply send in any specific information, including samples, including documentation on that device or the services, and ultimately a price. This information is then passed on to the requesting agency. The requesting agency will review and tell us if what responses actually meet the specifications. So in the event that a vendor's response does not meet the specifications, we ask for pretty much a detailed response why and how they're not meeting the specifications. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the lowest price bid that does meet the specifications is chosen and awarded either a purchase order or contract. So on the IFB or RFQ, process fairly simple. We put out specs, we get questions, we award the bid. The process that this committee is most familiar with, of course, is an RFQ, request for quotation, or RFP. I apologize. RFP, too many RFs. So an RFP is the most complicated, and it is the negotiated model that is usually used in IT events and in other specific type of events where the agency needs to visit and talk with the vendor as part of the procurement process. This is typically for items that honestly are more complex. IT projects, big modernization projects, they involve many phases, they involve a lot of elements, and that's very hard to quantify just on paper. Now, the process itself, the physical process, is very similar to what I just described, but much more detailed. So in an RFP, the agency will provide us a list of deliverables. They will provide us their specifications. And again, these specifications, especially for an RFP, is going to be much more detailed. So if they have 3 or 4 phases to a project, we are going to require them to detail those 3 or 4 phases. We want to get as much information into the hands of the vendors to ensure that the agency is getting what they want. Quite often this involves maybe software, some hardware, and consulting to throw everything together. So each of these elements must be detailed. We have seen some RFP specs come through that are several hundred pages long. And so our agency will go through, look at these in great detail, try to determine again where they're too specific, where they're not specific enough, and we work back and forth with the agency until we feel it's a good solution. The process then continues very much like what I previously described. It will be put out and allowed generally a week, and then we start accepting questions from the vendors. There is a cutoff period where we say no more questions. Those questions are passed to the agency. Responses come back. The one difference in an RFP from the others is that often we may have two rounds of questions because in something highly detailed, an answer to a question may pose another question. So we try to give the vendors adequate time. So 1 or 2 question and answer periods. The responses that are required in an RFP, however, are slightly different. Unlike the previous one where just a bid is submitted with some detail, an RFP requires 2 documents back from every vendor. Document number 1 is going to be a technical description of the solution provided. So in that document, there is no cost element whatsoever. It just describes how the vendor intends to solve the issue proposed in the specs. The other document is what we call the cost proposal, which is obviously named the cost associated with the project. Once we receive these back, our office goes through, takes a look at, are they accepting the state's terms and conditions? Or has the vendor adequately provided information? And most importantly, are all costs stripped out of the technical proposal? As long as those elements are met, we pass along to the agency at this point their technical document only. The agency does not receive the cost documents. At this point, then what's known as the PNC, which is a Procurement Negotiating Committee, receives those technical proposals and the agency begins evaluating them. And this process can be lengthy. Really depends a lot on the extent and the size of the project, but they will begin going through these technical proposals and trying to hash out who's got the best solution. During this time, the agency is allowed through our office to ask the vendors questions. So they're allowed to, this one proposal isn't clear on a certain section, we will relay that to the vendor. So this is the one time where one-on-ones are allowed with the vendor through our office. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we hope that the agency will review all the technical specs. They are required then to prepare what we call a technical recommendation. So without knowing any of the price of the solutions, they will go through and describe the pros and the cons to each solution. Normally at this point, the agency is starting to form some ideas of what's going on. They may even ask for a demonstration or two, but they have a pretty good idea of what they're looking for at this point. Once the technical evaluation is received by our office and accepted, because we also review it for completeness, we will then release the cost proposals to the agency. At that point, then the PNC and any associated consultants that are working with them have the complete package. They're able to look at their desired solution, their technical evaluations, as well as the pricing, and the agency at that point determines what a good fit would be, what the proper vendor is. Again, this may require some additional questions. It may require some additional information. But when this process is finished, OPC expects to have what we call an award letter. So we receive an award letter from the vendor. That begins the process of actual negotiations. So there could be an element within the specifications that the vendor suggests a different alternative. They will bring that to us. We'll take it to the agency. We just begin, it's a back and forth at this point. At the end of this entire process, then OPC begins negotiating any of the state's terms and conditions that may be of concern. And when we're done, a contract is issued. So after the contract is issued, we send out what we call regret letters to any of the alternate vendors, any of the vendors that were not selected. And they have a 30-day protest period. So in the event that they were not selected and they feel that the decision was unfair, they are able to submit a letter of concern, basically a letter of protest to Director Herman. The director will look at it again and gather information, and then he will render a decision based upon that. An RFP, it's important to note, is not required to pick the lowest price, because quite often the best solution is not the lowest cost solution. The ultimate goal is to find the solution that best fits the agency's needs. So with that, now if they don't pick the lowest cost solution, we do require extensive documentation why that is. But ultimately, the agency is responsible for picking the vendor. Again, if there's questions on this process, I promise I'm almost done. So when we look at this, the last thing I did want to touch on is SB 291 and how that impacted our office or the process. As you guys know, SB 291 did not really have any specific procurement requirements in it. However, it did have a stipulation that the Chief Information Security Officer is required to review all IT contracts. When that came out, one of the things, and at that point in time, myself and Alex, who was serving as State Information Technical Architect, we got together and looked at this and understood that the intent was to catch security issues or concerns or deviations before the bid went out. Although it wasn't necessarily worded like that, if the CISO is just reviewing a contract after it's awarded, we don't have any teeth. I mean, we can go back and ask the vendor, please make these changes. However, they're not required to do it. The only thing we could do at that point is pull the award, and then you've lost months of work. So Alex and I worked together, along with all of OITS, to develop a process where the bid specifications, even before they hit OPC, even before they hit our office, are reviewed just very similar to the CARS process that you guys are familiar with. They're reviewed by the CISO's office to ensure these security elements are put into the specs before it hits the street. That way they're included in the specs, that way they're included in the contract, and we don't need teeth at that point, because if they don't meet the specs, they're not awarded. So it did not have a direct impact on us, but it did have an indirect in that we want to make sure these security elements as defined by the CISO are in there even before it hits our office. The other thing that I really did want to talk about just really quick is that the state also makes use of what's called cooperative contracts. And I won't belabor the point here too long because I know we want to have time for questions. However, a cooperative contract is an agreement that we have with cooperatives who will go out and bid an event on a national level for a certain good or service. And when it looks like that particular award may be a benefit to the state, we join in with that, and we're able to negotiate with their awarded vendors and use their vehicle as a basis for our contract. So although we're not doing the RFP, we're not doing the bidding, we're assured that their processes do follow at least our standards, usually much higher, and then we join into that contract, saving the state a lot of time, a lot of money, and quite often a nationwide contract results in better pricing than just a Kansas state contract. So with that, I will quit talking and I stand for questions.
All right, thank you very much, Kelly. have a couple questions. On the 291, so should that be spelled out a little bit better, do you think?
Um, Mr. Chair, it's hard for me to speak about what should be in legislation because it's not in my area, but it would be my opinion that it would not hurt to have that spelled out. Because again, the issue is a review of a contract insinuates looking at it after it's been awarded. Well, after it's been awarded, again, the only recourse we have at that point for a non-compliant vendor is to pull the contract.
So it needs
Then
to
we got to start over.
So we need to clarify that the review should happen before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that it's a security, or it's for security reasons, or?
Well, Mr. Chair, that would be the reason that we're doing it ahead of time is to ensure that whatever standards the CISO needs in there to, again, he knows his platform, he knows the agenda. And so based upon that, we want those standards within the specifications before it goes out. That way we can require the bidders, the vendors, to meet those standards, and if they don't, we don't consider their bid.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the questions, so I've been approached by vendors who say, there's a list at the Department of Administration, I can't get on the list, so thus I can't get any contracts. How does that work? I mean, is there a list? What's the procedure to get on that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The answer is there is a list of vendors who have already registered in the system. So, and I'm going to call this a bidders list. Some of these bidders may have, with other products, actually been awarded contracts, in which case they're called a supplier list. However, being on a list or not does not stop anyone from bidding on these events. Now, we highly recommend that any vendor can get onto our website, go through the SMART system. The SMART, of course, is the tracking. They can get on and register for a bidder number. We do request vendors to be on that list prior to submitting a proposal, but literally it's as easy as getting on the page, and we walk a lot of people through it. In the event that someone is not on that, we will proactively, or I guess it's post-actively, because we'll receive their bid, reach out to them and walk them through the process. So these are very much public events. They're open to anyone to do this. The advantage of being a registered on our system vendor is that when a vendor comes online, they by the merchant codes, they associate themselves with, I can do this, this, and this. Again, these are specific codes. So in the event that an agency bids something and it matches those codes, the system will proactively reach out to them and say, hey, we have a new bid event for this product. If a vendor is not listed on there, then it's incumbent on them to go out and look for it.
All right, so there's not a list that says you're on this list, so you're gonna get this contract.
That is correct. That is correct. If a new vendor comes online, and again, brand new bidder comes online, they're welcome to bid. If their solution is the best, we will award them that, and then we convert them into a supplier.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. On the prior authorization, what list do they draw from when they do the prior authorization? Is there a list that they draw from?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And I apologize, are you talking about a vendor list, ma'am?
Yes.
No, they can pick from any vendor that they choose at that point in time. What we do request, though, is a prior authorization cannot overlap an existing contract. So let's say we have an existing contract for purple widgets. If a agency says, yeah, but that goes through vendor X, I don't want to use them, I want to buy purple widgets from vendor Y, that will be denied. They're required to use the vendor under contract before they could use a vendor not under contract.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I have another question. Um, On the cooperative contracts, could you give me an example of one that we're participating in?
Yes, thank you, Representative. Absolutely. A good majority of our IT hardware equipment, so let me use a specific, Dell computers. Dell Computers was issued an award through an association called NASPO. And so we've enjoined into that contract, we sign what we call our participating addendum with NASPO, which allows us to use the terms of the NASPO. And that way we get that very favorable pricing. But at this point in time, and Representative, I apologize, I don't have an exact number, but I'm guessing we probably have 200, 250 cooperative contracts in use within the state.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. My questions are around vendor performance. We heard back in June from Jeff Maxson that some agencies like to go with fixed price contracts, some go with time and materials. It seems like we get into these situations with time and materials where the vendor gives us their C team or their D team, you know, and there's non-performance, non-deliverable. Where's the failure there? Is that in the language in the contract that doesn't hold them to the agency, or is that in the agency not adequately documenting and holding them to performance standards, or is there a lack of spelling out performance standards? I'm just curious for your comments.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, and that is an excellent question in that one of the things that most of our time and material type contracts, and I'll focus on that for the moment, our time and material contracts lay out vendor will be able to perform, I'm making this up, IT security. At that point in time, what OPC has done is open a window to that vendor, but it is incumbent upon the agency to detail in their specifications, I need X, Y, and Z done. However, even at that point, if they start sending in their D team, then the agency should absolutely reach out to that vendor. And we do have several recourses available through the state. I mean, number one is basically we talk to them first. Number two, we issue them a formal letter. And number three, if the situation cannot be resolved within the satisfaction of both the vendor and the agency, at that point in time, we do have the option to terminate the contract. The challenge is often by the time they start sending their D team, you may have a lot of money invested. So that's why we always seek to, get specifically what are you looking for, where are they failing, et cetera. So we do have recourse available. It's just at what phase we look at.
So you're saying that there is language that your office would be responsible for to make sure that, number one, they're getting the right type of contract for the deliverable that they want, and number two, that there are hard ability to have recourse with the vendor? That falls with you?
Yes, Representative. It falls actually in what I'm going to say is a union between the agency and our office. Put simply, we have the hammer. OPC has the hammer. We have the ability to terminate a contract. But ultimately, we're not the subject matter experts on it, so that's where we ask the agency, again, on these contracts, most of the contracts along that, the agency should be preparing specs very close to what I described in the RFP process. So they detail, I need this done by X, I need this done by Y. It's also incumbent upon the agency to make sure X, Y, and Z are being followed early before it gets out of control. If they are doing that and they then reach out to our office, we're going to ask for the details. We're going to prepare a letter and essentially send to the vendor and say, hey, here's what we're hearing. We have, and it's called a notice to cure is what we send them. We send them a notice to cure and they have a certain number of days to provide a written response with a plan to recover from this issue. If they cannot do that, yes, we can terminate.
Well, it seems like the state's got a lot of exposure there, and it goes back and forth, like you said. It's a union, but then it just creates an opportunity, and then kicking the can down the road. I've exhausted my questions. Thank you.
So is that recourse, is that and just a policy in Department of Administration and the procurement, or is that spelled out somewhere in that every contract must have certain recourse in statute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are generally two sections to each contract that refer to this, and one is called a termination for convenience. The other one's called a termination for cause. Termination for convenience gives the Director of Purchases, Director Herman, the ability to say, we're done. We do have to give the vendor 30 days notice generally. Again, that can be waived in a contract depending on the language, but that clause is in there. Termination for cause is simply that, non-performance. However, again, time and material contracts are deliberately left a little flexible so the agency is allowed to hone in on exactly what they want. The reason we don't pursue that is we're not the subject matter experts. But please allow me, and this is going maybe a minute off script, but we are actively at this point pursuing the purchase of vendor management tracking software. So again, in our current environment, we hear bad things. We rarely have anyone call us up and say, this vendor just rocks, we just love them. But we will hear the opposite. So when we start looking at this, we are implementing a software package that does just that. It will proactively survey our agencies and say, you are using contract 123. How's the vendor doing? Good, bad, or otherwise? Much like the surveys you get from other commercial. That allows us to start looking and tracking that as compared to other states' performance.
Okay, so, but what about we hear this over and over again where we start into a contract with a vendor, things are going okay, and then all of a sudden they change their personnel because, you know, it's been kind of taught, you know, they take their A list off, move them to somewhere else and, you know, and put the B list on this project, and then all of a sudden it goes off the rails. So is there a standard in all of the contracts that is something that can be, it seems like the vendors have no, they can do it and there's no recourse by the state to do anything about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very difficult contractually to obligate a vendor to who's going to do what in, I'm going to say, a time and materials contract, okay? So allow me to jump from that just a moment to an RFP. Because many RFPs that are specifically bid for performance do include that type of language, which will say we need X number of people of this caliber, send us their resumes, and by the way, before anyone can be replaced, it requires the approval of the agency. The time and materials contracts generally have not been that way, but they could be if the agency would write that into their specs and award by that. So it's not in the big picture because, let's be honest, not all projects need that. You may need someone to come in for a month to do an overall review. But at other times, it is required, so that could be put into the agency specifications, what I'm going to call a statement of work.
Okay, all right. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm very pleased to hear that as part of 291, we're asking potential vendors some cybersecurity questions. I would submit to you that post-contract award, once we've selected a vendor, the state of Kansas has the right to ask that vendor additional questions about their cybersecurity posture. Are they providing their employees cybersecurity training? Are they scanning and patching their network? Are they using AI to use software development? There's a series of questions there that we could develop and give it to them and they could self-submit that. Is that being done today, post-contract award?
Thank you, Senator. The answer is depends on the individual award. So is it being done generically? The answer to that, sir, is no.
It seems to me we should put that in future contracts then in the TNC, that if you're awarded this contract, we're going to ask you to annually submit your cybersecurity posture to us. Would you think that would be reasonable?
Senator, yes, I do believe that, but also by doing the pre-specs, those questions are now required to be answered within the submission. So hopefully we're doing that beforehand, not after. Yeah. Number two, I do understand, and this is kind of outside my realm, I'll let Mr. Maxson answer this, but we are looking at what's called a FedRAMP, GovRAMP solution. That's an ongoing active monitoring of those vendors that are in key elements. So it wouldn't just be annual, it'd be monthly, and it'd be, on a very regular basis. To be honest, I believe that will have more teeth because within the contract language, we will have, if you fail to maintain GovRAMP level B, this contract is at risk, or something along that way, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions? Okay, Kelly, I appreciate you being here, and committee, if you have any other questions later, just let James know, and I'm sure he can get them to Kelly and to answer. So, thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. We will be providing the link to this manual
Okay, appreciate
also.
it. Yeah, I think James has it, and I think he's going to send it out.
Oh, perfect.
It's already out.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next we have Jeff Maxson. He's our Chief Information Security Officer for the for the Executive Branch and Office of Information Technology. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We're going to get set up here real quickly.
Sure.
Might as well run the side. I think we're ready. So, all right. And good morning, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer for Executive Branch. We'll go over a couple things. We'll be pretty brief this month because next month we will plan to have a marathon session, so with lots of information. So our agenda today is we'll do some quick introductions of some new staff within OITS. We'll go over the Keto quarterly report, and this quarterly report is from March to June of this year, so we are a little bit obviously past that time frame, so keep in mind some things have changed since you see this report. And then I'll go over some quick OITS updates as well. All right, so OITS staffing updates. In fiscal year or legislative session 2024, we asked for an appropriation to hire a chief data officer and a chief privacy officer. We hired the chief data officer and brought them in November last year. We just recently brought on board, their first week is this week, our chief counsel and chief privacy officer for the state. And so introduced Jeffrey Daisy, who is our new chief counsel and our privacy officer. Comes to us having worked for the counties of Wyandotte and Johnson County, doing various legal research and as a attorney for them, a longtime public defender trial attorney, and is also an adjunct professor at the Washburn University School of Law. In addition, he holds also a master's of public administration as well. So he'll be a great asset to us as we also help working with contract reviews, things like this. This is a place where this position will play an importance, as well as we'll start trying to develop a statewide privacy program. So if we introduced cybersecurity program, we're introducing a data program, and we'll now introduce a privacy program to the state as well and kind of start setting some standards around that as well. So glad to have him on board. This was a long time. It was very hard to find attorneys, and I know a lot of agencies have struggled with that, so we're very excited to have him on board. Also, I know briefly I introduced our new Chief Information Technology Architect last time. He is here today, Andrew Eichinger, and he'll be presenting the quarterly report. So this is his first time up in front of you. So, he's excited to do that. So a little background of him. He spent the last 6 to 15 years in the consulting industry focused on public health and human services within state governments, helping solution architects and service delivery from multiple states. And you can kind of see the list there. I won't go through all of them, but he has worked in Kansas before, so we're excited to actually bring him back, and he has some knowledge and familiarity, so he's not starting from ground up, because we know there's a lot to learn in this. He's ran everything, IT organizations and financial services, within financial service and telecommunications, and has done enterprise architecture within those organizations with focus on data science. Holds 2 bachelor's degrees, and then also holds an MBA with an emphasis in telecommunications. So a very diverse background. Obviously, a lot of experience consulting in other states, so has seen the landscape and can help us continue to evolve from that as well. So very excited to have him on board. He has jumped in and has started contributing immediately. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Eichinger to start with the quarterly report. So, Andrew.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Glad to be here. I will say as I kick this off, I will reiterate that this is slightly, I don't want to call it outdated, because we are sort of on schedule with how we deliver these, but the information is, of course, Q2 calendar year, April through June. I will also say that the very last slide in the deck is around those projects that just didn't make that threshold for reporting. I will provide a assessment of that to all of you afterwards. I won't verbally present on that today. So those are the 2. All right, with that, if we look at the project pipeline, and I'll just kind of go in order of how these things mature through that pipeline. We have 8 planned. There are 18 in the approved. There are 2 on hold. We have 18 active, not 16. I'll take a mulligan on my first presentation that 16 should be 18. And then finally, there is 1 that was completed. All right. And if we look at that broken out by branch, 18 executive branch, 1 in regents, which actually is part of that as well, but broken out separately, and then 1 in legislative. All right. Looking at sort of a grouping of those active projects by status, there are 2 in hold. This is the same as Q1, by the way. Just to kind of, I'll give you a little bit of how it's matured from last quarter to this quarter in this grouping. In the recast, we had 3 last quarter. We're now at 4 on that. Good news on the caution grouping. The caution grouping was, there were 4 at about a $79 million mark. We're down to 2 at $5 million. So that's a market improvement. And then we have 5 in alert, that's the same. And then 7 in good standing, which is up 2 from last quarter, which was 5. So that is the current grouping. And now we'll dive right into the readout on our active projects that are in an alert status. The first, well, we'll go in order here, of course, but both the DCF Child Support Services replatforming and the KDADS, I will defer to Mr. Tom Pagano to give that update.
Morning, Tom Pagano. I am the Chief Information Officer for both DCF and KDADS. All right. Most of this you've heard from me on a couple times, so I will try to be brief and leave time for questions if you have them. But the DCF Child Support Services replatforming project, or as we refer to it, CSS project, was one that I took on when I started 3 years ago in October. This was a very straightforward project, if you will. It is simply to implement a more modernized system, moving the old one from a mainframe environment to a more current environment, as is listed on the slide deck here, in terms of a .NET SQL Server environment. The company that we contracted with originally was Conduent. I need to add a little bit to the slide here. Conduent subcontracts their work out to other vendors. One of those vendors is called Modern Systems. And the reason I draw that out is Modern Systems is by and large, although not completely, the reason for the delay of 28 months to now an actual 41-month projected date. The reason, by and large, again, there was early on, as you'll see here, early on there was a federal regulation that was changed or imposed upon us that was not part of the original contract. That added on almost 12 months of time. It's a legitimate delay that was worked out with the vendor before I even came on board. And so that did tack on about 12 months. However, that being said, the real cause of this delay is with this company, Modern Systems. After I got settled and so on into my role, I was prepared to sort of move down a path of well, I did pause the contract, pause the project. I was kind of headed down a path of attempting to terminate the project because I was dissatisfied with that vendor's performance, or I should say the subcontractor's performance, although Conduent is who we work with. And we tried a number of mitigation strategies with that company. They didn't go very well, and so I was sort of at a place where we were going to maybe terminate that for a cause. At that time, IBM came in and purchased that Modern Systems company, and I saw that there was some potential there for us. And so seeing we had stopped essentially making payments to that vendor, Conduent and Modern Systems, thus you see the plan budget was 11, plan budget was 12, plan budget was 11, we're actually at 12, but we haven't made those payments to the vendor at this point. We've withheld those payments. And so during that then takeover of IBM and Modern Systems, we looked at new resources. And in that, I saw hope. So we then embarked upon that journey. That added, of course, another 4 to 6 months because we had to get to know everybody, and IBM had to come in and provide a lot of guidance and some rework, frankly. So here we are now with a new and updated plan with a recast date, which didn't get put in before the deadline, but we do have a recast date now of June of 2026. So we will see. We're confident that we'll be able to make that with IBM's help. It all boiled down to the way that the batch data processes were coded and migrated over from the older environment to the new environment. That gave Conduent and Modern Systems a lot of struggle. And so therefore, IBM had to come in with their expertise. Obviously, being mainframe, historically a mainframe company, they had a lot more experience in this space. So we, again, are not making payments to this company during this time of reworking and recasting the project. But that is our new date of June 2026. And again, I feel confident about that. We do have a plan, though, if that doesn't work, as to where we're going to head from there. So that's kind of a long story on this project, and it's been hovering for quite some time. But that's kind of the nuts and bolts of where we're at. So I'm happy to answer questions on that. I will say IBM brought very good talent to the table in that. So I'm looking forward to getting this closed out.
So the funding for it, this 45% is federal funding. That's not a problem. You've got the money already, so that's not an issue of, okay. All right.
We meet with that federal partner on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
They're very in the loop of the.
So they know that it's,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yes.
All right,
100%.
great. I do have a question here on the report. It says Department Adjutant General, Kansas National Guard under the report. I assume that you're not working with them, so it must be an issue with Jeff. I think that there's a mistake in that. Okay, so any other questions?
Would have been happy to bring in the National Guard to solve this problem. Not opposed to that.
At this point,
the
maybe it's a
record.
good idea. All right. So is next report, you think it'll be back in the green?
Yes, that is my expectation.
All right. Any Senator Bowser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so just to make sure I'm clear, the Chairman asked the question, I want to re-ask it. So the 12.7 million, that's the final number. You're not going to come back to the well and ask again for some more money? And
that is not my expectation.
All right, any other questions? Yeah, I think you've explained it very well for us, I think like 3 times now. So I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you continually come and to answer our questions about this. And hopefully we're on the right track.
And part of the reason it's taken many reports is because I didn't want to put a new date out there unless we felt confident about it. So every time we came up with what we thought was a good, thoughtful recast date, we could shoot holes in it. And I said, well, we're just going to wait till we have the best recast date I can feel good about. So.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, go ahead and go on to the next one.
Okay, my other hat I wear for KDADS, this is the hospital EHR SUD implementation, or electronic healthcare record substance use disorder implementation. This is basically to modernize all of the state hospitals' EHR and SUD systems with a more cloud-based and modernized system. In some cases, some hospitals had no electronic healthcare record. In other cases, they had a homegrown, fairly old, less than absolutely secure, we'll say, EHR. So this was to modernize all that and take it to the next level. Of course, patient care, goes without saying, will improve a lot with this as well. So anyways, the original timeline, again, this was in play before I started. But the original timeline was 12 months, and the project actually took 15 months. This is a little tricky because there's two projects actually in this one project, but because of the way it went through the procurement process and the way the funds were budgeted, it sits in two projects, but one project. So that's why it's a little confusing to understand it, but we tried to break it out here. So let me just talk about the EHR first, the electronic healthcare record first. In that original plan for that project was supposed to be 12 months, and it actually took 15 months. We just concluded that electronic healthcare record in August of 2024. So we completed that, and we went live with it. Actually, it says August. It was actually, I believe it was December 2024, but in that time range. We completed the electronic healthcare record. And so it is complete as far as all of the technical work, all of the project management work. We released the project manager, the IT project manager for this project a year ago. We are now coming up on a year of production and utilization. So I went to the recent WellSky conference a couple months ago, met with all of their top tier staff, and we are going to do an optimization follow-up with them to make sure that things are working as expected. But as far as the IT portion of this project, we are completed, and now it is a responsibility of the clinical staff and the operations staff to take that and functionally use it, enhance it, optimize it, and do whatever they need to do with that. So that's closed out. That's good news. It was, we talked about this before. It went over budget because out of the gate, the contract was lacking pretty significant parts of modules. Like it was missing a pharmacy module, for example. Should have never happened that way. I'm not exactly sure how that all happened, but we had to buy more licensing fees and more modules to actually have the product to implement. So it was pretty well off track. The other part was that there was no pre-implementation assessment of the network. It was major Wi-Fi, major infrastructure upgrades that we had to do to the tune of, I forget, $1 million or something. There's a lot of work to get done in these older hospitals. So all that being said, good news is it's done, it's completed. We signed off on that. Now it's up to the functional folks to make it hum, so to speak. The other part of this is the substance use disorder module, which again, wasn't off to a great start for a lot of reasons. I can try to address some of them historical, predating me, but long story short, the SUD module was completed, but there were still missing pieces, apparently. And the company thought that everything was good, and the company had sign-off from the state side that we had completed, that they had completed, that the team had completed the work. It turns out when actual reporting uploads had to happen, called a TEDS data export to SAMHSA, it wasn't functioning. So we had to then, on the IT side, re-engage. I went, talked with the company, and we refreshed the project, if you will. There was a modest amount of money that we had to pay for that because the resources were let go, moved on to other things. So they had to re-engage, bring them back to the table, and we did this sort of last push to get this done. We are now anticipating it will be done, so all the full exports and uploads of data will be completed by December of this year. And I hope, and I'm very confident, that by that point, we will have this completed as well. And we can sort of call this WellSky contract finished. So sorry, these are kind of messy. It's hard to kind of explain both of them, but that's kind of it. So you see a variation there, a variance there, and a cost variance of about $3 million in total for everything.
All right, any questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's just on the surface when you look and see a project that's $2.5 million and it overran $3 million. That's interesting. But you said that largely that was because there were major pieces missing in the original?
Yes,
The
yes.
contract had already been let, or when was that notice that we hadn't spec'd out
My,
exactly what it is we needed?
yeah, my overall sense, I'm not saying this is fact, I think there's probably pretty accurate. I don't think the state in general, or certainly the resources within the IT area of these agents, of this agency, um, had a lot of healthcare background. And so I think there's a great deal of healthcare background in the business or in the agency side. There wasn't necessarily in the IT side. I think that perhaps could have opened the door to not having enough engagement between the groups and the vendor to actually drill down into this. But beyond that, I don't understand, because I don't understand how a significant module, one that's absolutely required to run a hospital, for example, a pharmacy module, was not included in that contract. All I can guess is that there was some misunderstanding or communication gap when the contract was actually being discussed. It was also, and I probably won't get this right, so don't quote me on it, but it started out, I believe, as a task order, not an RFP process. I think it ended up being an RFP process. I'm sure the procurement people could go through that. But whenever you have I'll just say this, whenever you have a complex system like this, and I spent 25 years in healthcare, so I know how complicated these systems are. Whenever you enter into that without a very thorough RFP, the devil is in the details, and it will come get you if you're not careful. And so I think, from my standpoint, coming in with a lot of healthcare experience and seeing there were some gaps in the contracting process, I could see that we had to put this on pause. And so we put it on pause for a good 6 months just to come back and reevaluate things. But there were missing interfaces in that. So that's where a lot of the cost came from.
All right, so this one next, the next go around will be completed or
December of this year is the
All right.
date that we are projecting to complete this.
okay, good. All right, any other questions? That's the last one. No, you have one more, don't you?
I have actually a more positive, no, I think that might be it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, KDHE is not. Thank you.
Yes, so the next one up is the KDHE Early Childhood Data Integration System Enhancements. And I will ask Rob Dwayne.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bob Doan. I'm the CIO for KDHE. Good to be here. Excuse me, this project that I'm going to talk about this morning, a lot of you have seen me here before. This is our KDHE Claris replacement system. It's a combination system for child care licensing and DCF foster care licensing. We've had KDHE develop this system approximately 20 years ago. It's served us well, but it is an outdated system that needed some replacement or some severe upgrades. So the decision was made to upgrade the system with a new vendor, build a new system to replace our current system. Excuse me. The planned duration of this project was from September of 23 to June of 26. The actual duration, the project began in January of 2024, and the completion date is June of 2026. The planned cost of this project, it's a flat rate contract that is approximately $5 million of ARPA fund money, federal money. And the actual cost to date, we have spent approximately 2.4 million of that 5 on milestones. This is, since it's a flat rate contract, we only pay for items that have been completed. There are change requests that are time and materials additionally on top of that, but we factored in some of those costs into that overall 5 million as well. The project scope of this, it's a SaaS solution, and the vendor is providing KDHE and DCF with a regulatory business process automation software application known as GL Suite, and the vendor is GL Solutions. And the reason that we are in alert status is due to several of our milestones that have been behind in previous presentations. Those have gotten, some of those have gotten caught up. We still have some that are behind, but we are working with the vendor feverishly to get those caught up, because as much as I love coming over here every quarter, it's been a priority to make sure that, you know, I'm not here to present on alert status. So we have been working with them feverishly to get these milestones completed. We have moved into UAT phase of this project. Sorry, I'm going to move to a different slide here. So we have moved to UAT testing. So we're going through that process, and you know, we are working feverishly with the vendor. I've spoken to their CEO and their vice president yesterday with a team of our business folks, and you know, we keep pounding on them to get this project to an acceptable level to where we are happy, they are happy. You know, it's one of those very complex projects, as Tom had mentioned earlier. You know, you've got a 20-year-old system that has a lot of intricate details in it, and they're finding out that it's very detailed. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, so can you explain one more time exactly why it's in alert?
Yeah, so there's projected milestones that have dates associated with them, and there are certain milestones within the project, because this project plan is huge. So there's certain milestones that they have specific dates, and they didn't meet those dates, so they have been moved down to, you know, it's put that project milestone behind. And so then, you know, it makes the next one behind, the next one behind. And then in that category, we've got, out of a grouping, there may be 10 milestones in that grouping, and 6 of the 7 are at 96% complete, but we're waiting on them to complete the other 4%. So it's not like none of them have been completed. It's just that there are several of them that are sitting at 95, 92, 95% completion rate.
And it's their issues that are causing it's not you guys.
Correct.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah, we have, in our meeting yesterday, they've got 17 dedicated staff to this project, and they've told us that they're working 16, 17 hours a day to try to get these milestones completed. And then, you know, obviously, our staff and DCF staff, they all have full-time jobs as well, but we are dedicating time to the project to get it completed as well from our side.
And it will be completed by June of 26. So the ARPA money is not, because that has to be spent. Was it September, isn't it?
Correct.
September 26.
We have till September to spend the ARPA funds.
Any other questions? Yeah. Representative Haskins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your testimony. I'm just curious, I'm looking at the April, June quarterly, and on the executive summary, you mentioned that because of the passage of House Bill 2045 and the formation of the Office of Early Childhood, you're going to have to redo some things and realign. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? What does that mean? And
Yeah, we don't anticipate those taking place until after the system goes live.
Okay.
So, obviously there's other changes, regulatory changes that need to be made for that House bill that you'd mentioned, Senator, excuse me, Representative. And so, once the system goes live, those changes will be implemented.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Nothing online. All right, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Doan. All right, next up is the Pittsburgh State Student Management Cloud implementation. I believe Angela's not here today, Angela Neera, she's at a conference, but I believe she gave testimony in August. I looked back on some footage on that, so they were at a point where they're implementing the final of 4 modules, which was the Student Information Systems module. And they had put that on hold because they're sort of an early adopter of this software, and they're working with that vendor to make sure that that module was ready to go before it was implemented. This will move to hold on our next readout. This project has been put on hold now till the beginning of next year. Any questions on that?
So is that because they're an early adopter and it's just decided that it's just not ready? I mean, they're just not ready to do it.
Yes, so and thank you for that question, Chairman. As they work through in that early adopter vein, there is a lot of back and forth as the vendor learns how to best implement this for, I believe they had eight universities was what I heard. I don't know if we're the 8th or if we're number 9, but they are working with all of them to make sure that that student information systems module would be complete and function as needed. And so it is purely making sure that they get it right before this would go live.
Okay, so it's not, the anticipation is that it will eventually go live.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the current estimate was beginning of the year to have all the features that were required ready. And that was that's a promise by
Senator Bowser, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my concern here is that we've dropped 1.4 on this project, and now the go live is not until 2028. My concern is that is a very long time until go live. What are we doing to ensure we've not just wasted 1.4 million? 2028 rolls around and they say, oh, geez, a lot of things have changed. We got to kind of start over. What assurances can you give us that the 1.4 million we've spent so far has been well spent and we'll be able to use what we've done in 2028? Thank you.
Good question, Senator. I'll answer that in kind of 2 parts because I think on the positive side, being that they are using 3 of the 4 today successfully, that's a good indication that there's a light at the end of the tunnel and success likely. Because they've done this for the other, like human resources, I know is one, administrative and things of that nature. So I do believe that with that progress, being this is the final 75%, if it's an equal breakup of those 4 modules, that progress shows that it's achievable. The second part of that is something I will take back to go find out because what I would like to see that the contractual vehicle behind this is such that we are ensured success and some kind of repercussion if not, right? I do believe that with the size of Oracle, I think they have the resources to deliver on that promise. So, but do we have the contractual vehicle in place to make sure that there's some teeth with that? And I certainly can go back and get an answer on that.
Any other questions? I understand that I can't remember her name that was supposed to be here for Pittsburgh State University wasn't able to be here, but I hope that you will go back and reiterate to them how much, there's got to be somebody else, surely, in their organization that could come and ask or answer questions, and not just one person. So, I think where I'm finding that when we have the agencies here and we're able to ask the questions, we're getting some answers that we haven't been in the past. And I appreciate you trying to answer them, but please reiterate that to them, that I think somebody should have been here. So, any other questions? Yep, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just the other information I would like to know is this funding from the university, from the Board of Regents, from the state? And that would help us understand, because if in fact it is Pittsburgh State University that's expending their funds, they're the ones that are saying, what is it costing us to not have this implemented? So perhaps that can be answered in our next review.
All right.
Any other questions?
I don't think so. I think you can go on.
All right. Next is Smart Cop Record Management System. And the reason this is an alert status is purely schedule. The cost, the resources, and the scope are all green. It's only the status that has brought this in red, and it has taken longer. So this particular project is to implement the back-end records management for their 3 law enforcement areas that they have with the Department of Wildlife. This is a critical system, so to speak, to keep track of what goes on. The delay in the schedule, there were a few things that have caused this domino effect. Sorry. Oh, Jason's here. Oh, my apologies. Well, Jason, I'll hand this over to the experts.
No problem. Hey, you want to go ahead? Thank you, Mr. Chair, Committee. I'm Jason Dixon, CIO of Kansas Wildlife and Parks. Been up over a bunch with this project completely. Like Aaron was saying, this is a project that is replacing our current system that we were using with KHP for ticketing and case reporting and different things like that. It's been in process. We've actually been live with the ticketing and warning part of the system, boating accidents, since last August. And I know this is kind of a report for Q2, but we've just kind of finished training on the last portion of it. I remember back in August, September, when I was reporting, I was told you I kind of wanted to try to get this closed out by the end of September. With the start of seasons right there in September with Dove and stuff, we really couldn't get the training scheduled, but we have done training the last 2 weeks on the last case reporting module of the system that we're going to integrate right now. And so we go live with that next week, we're hoping. And so then for the next quarter, we'll go through the process of closing the project.
I think we do have a question by Senator Peterson online.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any penalties associated with this if we don't make the date?
No, not at this time, we don't.
Thank you.
So the planned cost was $576,000. The current cost is $335,000. Is it going to come under budget, or do you have to pay the rest of that at the end of the?
It'll come under the $576,000.
Okay.
It'll pay the rest of it.
Pay the rest of it. Okay.
We don't have any overpayments or anything like that.
Right, but you're not going to be 200,000 under.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Any other questions? So we look forward not to seeing you next time. Is that?
That's the goal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that concludes the red alert status. We'll move into a couple of the projects that are in caution. And starting with the Department of Revenue, this is, I'm giving an update on behalf of Andy Sandberg. I know that this project is no longer in caution status. In fact, it is it live or will go live? It is live right now, so
So it's completed?
it is completed.
Okay. All right, good.
Yeah.
So why was it, I guess, just real fast, what was the caution?
Thank you. Again, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer. It had to do with data conversion from their old system to their new system was taking longer. So this was just a delay in completion, but it is complete. They're working on closing out and doing the project review essentially now. So this should be fully completed. So.
All right, thank you.
And then I've got the next one.
Okay.
So I'll take this. So the OITS Enterprise Licensing Platform Phase 2 project. So this is our project for our enterprise.
We did have a question. I'm sorry, Jeff. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask if they could tell us if we had the plan cost and the actual cost, and has the KDOR implementation come under budget?
We can go validate that. I believe this is a fixed bid contract. We try and make sure to the earlier question, projects like this should be fixed bid. So time and material should not be for a major system implementation. So we'll go validate that, ma'am, and try and get that back. But I believe it's on budget. It was just the time frame that was the variance. So under CIO apology, he had a prior appointment that he could not miss today. So. All right, so the Enterprise Licensing Platform Phase 2. So this is enterprise platform that OITS has put forward to basically handle professional licensure. We've broken this into multiple phases because we have multiple non-cabinet agencies coming onto this platform as a universal platform for professional licensure. So we recently went live in Phase 1 with the first agency, the Kansas Real Estate Commission, went live with the first iteration. So a little story on this project was they put forward an RFP for a new licensing platform. We also saw it through submissions of the 3-year IT plan. There were a handful of other non-cabinet agencies looking for new licensing platforms. So we kind of worked with KREC to, I don't want to say take over their RFP, but to work with them to create a enterprise platform. So they were Phase 1. There were some delays in getting Phase 1 going, and that has kind of moved into Phase 2. So that's why we're a little bit behind schedule on this project. In addition, as we were a little bit naive early on, thinking a lot of the processes should be similar for professional licensure, each non-cabinet agency that does that does things just slightly different. So it has taken us a little bit longer to gather the requirements and start translating them into the cases and for the system.
So, excuse me. I'm sure there are differences, but how much of that is that's just the way we've always done it compared to this is the way it needs to be done from now on?
So that's a great question, Mr. Chairman. I would venture to say there is a degree that I can't say for certainty what that is because I'm not the experts in all those.
A little bit of
If
both,
there's,
though, probably.
I believe there's a little bit of both.
All
So.
right. Okay.
So, I mean, they should have similar gates, but if there's either a regulation or a statutory requirement that changes, that process, that will deviate. So we are seeing some of them modify some of their processes as we go through this to accommodate the newer technologies. But I do believe, in my opinion, there is some of that still.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would encourage as much as you can, just, in the future standardization of that is, I think would be, I understand there are some differences, but
Yes, sir.
I also know that all of us tend to get in, we've always done it that way.
More cookie cutter, we can make things, the faster we can move things along, and ideally, if we can do that, we can push this. So right now, I think for Phase 2, we've identified 7 non-cabinet agencies. We have a couple more actually coming on after we started this project as well. So there will be some iterations coming on with this as well. But so far, we've gone live with the first agency and now are progressing pretty rapidly. So.
Any other questions? I do have a question, and this is probably not necessarily, and I know we're kind of running out of time, so I don't want to get into the weeds on it a lot, but we did pass a couple of years ago we put money towards a system that would be more of a user system where they would be able to log on to a website, put in what they want, and it would basically pull from the different agencies and tell them what they needed for licensing. Is that being worked on?
So, yes, sir, thank you for the question. So that, I can't remember, it was Senate Bill, and I'm gonna kind of look at Alex, it was Senate Bill 66 a couple years ago. And there were a couple different pieces to that. One of them was a kind of a lookup portal that people could go to one place and look up active licenses, no matter what the type, so they don't have to go find the actual licensing system to do that. That has been worked on, that is in production. Now, part of the challenges we do run into, we still have some agencies that don't have licensing platforms that can easily feed that. So it is very, we have to do different processes almost for each agency. So people coming into the enterprise licensing platform, that is already being taken care of for. The other piece to that was the piece around military reciprocity, which there is an active project through Department of Commerce to put together a portal for military connected individuals. So spouses, service members that may have a professional licensure in another state to help kind of get them started on the reciprocity of those professional licenses. So that is an active project through Department of Commerce.
So do you have a date for either one of those?
Not off the top of my head. The D of A one is active in production now.
All right.
So it's just getting the agencies plugging their information into it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could maybe give us some more information on that later. So, all right, any other questions for Jeff on this particular? All right, seeing none, you can go on.
And we have 2 projects currently on hold for this quarter.
Yes. We've got 3 more to cover, 2 on hold here, and then we've got a completed one at the end. So, with this first one that's on hold with the Department of Corrections, their residential education portal access, this was put on hold because the Wi-Fi infrastructure that needed to be in place behind this in order for the tablets to work, for them to take classes and curriculum, that back-end Wi-Fi system just could not support what they needed to in terms of the closed system and I don't know if it was volume or not, but I do know that the infrastructure behind it was not capable of doing it. That's how that ended up on hold until that can be assessed. And a recast will occur once they determine how to get that Wi-Fi back at a place it needs to be.
So the Wi-Fi upgrade will be a separate undertaking.
Yeah, it's, yes. It'll be well, yeah, I don't know if they will lump it together in the recast or if they'll kick off a second project. I do not have the answer.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this one? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
All right. Okay, the other one is around the bridge office management system with KDOT. And this one was on hold simply because one of they're integrating 2 systems. They're interfacing 2 systems into requirements management or resource management system, and the version of the interfacing system needs to be brought up to version 7 in order for this interface to work. So because of that version upgrade that needs to occur, this is on hold and will be recast once they can put in the project to upgrade that dependent system to the version required.
So the Ashtoware, is that
Yes,
so
exactly.
is that a project that's being let right now, or have they even started on that?
I don't believe there's a formal project that has been formed yet, Representative, but I'm happy to find out if they're going to lump that into the recast or if that's going to be something that's already in parallel.
Okay. I think if I remember, this is one of them that I remember from way back, in that it's one of those that there just wasn't enough research really done on what this touches before they went forward with it. And again, hopefully maybe some of the things that we've put in place since then maybe would make that where that didn't happen again, hopefully.
Yes. I would agree with that statement. It seems to be a bit of a theme in my short time here. And getting involved as early as possible in the ideation phase to help with that infrastructure dependency confirmations, I'm sure it was.
Do we not have a application that kind of goes out and looks at what a certain application touches and reports back? We don't have any sort of anything like that. There's applications like that out there, aren't there?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
I'm not aware of a statewide.
We don't have anything yet
like that.
Okay.
But they are out there. They have enterprise architectural platforms that will check the major infrastructure tenants or topologies like network, like application, like those types of things. So certainly that is it's something I've already started looking at because I think it would be valuable to have that.
And that would be something OITS would probably have to use in whatever department or whatever agency, I guess.
Yes, the more participation or input you can get into that tool, the better it is, right?
Okay.
So
Sounds good. Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and not really a question. If you could just communicate to KDOT, I think we need to prioritize our bridge management. We literally have bridges falling down in our state. We have 5 bridges that impact the district that I represent that are closed right now. So literally we have no east-west connection over rivers and railroad tracks. So we really need to prioritize some kind of bridge management project.
will do. Thank you, Representative Cruz.
All right. Any other questions? All right. You can. Yeah. Representative Turner.
Thanks. Just, as we look at this, your introduction page kind of had the bar graph projects. And listening to all the different status, 7 of the 20 on the page are in good status, 35%. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. That's okay. So I guess I don't remember. Do we have project managers on staff? And is there a PMO where those project managers kind of collaborate and have consistency across management of these things and hold these things to task and making milestones?
Thank you for that, sir. Great question, Mr. Chairman. So right now that is all dependent and maintained within the agency specifically. We don't have anything from what we call an enterprise PMO. Those are some of the challenges that exist, and those were some of the kind of the things like Senate Bill 291 is trying to address and getting some standardization on that. But every agency does project management differently. They have their own project managers that specifically focus on their projects. We are trying to do some things on the fringes to try and pull more of them together and start setting up some standardized processes, some additional review processes, so it can kind of start coordinating projects as they come beyond just the project oversight, but say, hey, this agency is looking at this thing. Let's get some other people in. Let's see if this is the best solution that everybody could use, things like that. We're trying to build that on the fringes right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about even the KDADS project, where the IT people didn't have healthcare backgrounds, but the users did. So it makes me even wonder if we have a user sign-off process when these specs are being developed, that they have to say, yes, this meets the need that we have. Yeah. Is that even consistent?
No, sir, it is not. So that is a real challenge within, and has been a struggle for decades of getting all the proper use cases gathered prior to letting a project. Some of it is we need this now, and so we miss some of those steps in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So on that, is that something ITech can help with as far as with their not decisions, I'm trying to think of their standards, I guess.
Yes, good question, sir. That is a piece we're continuing to try and evolve and develop as we move into new policy areas. We're looking to do that. We're trying to set up some new governance committees that can focus on specific topics so we can do more of that work. Because policies, guidelines, and standards will help drive consistency across. And that's something we historically have not had those structures in place. We've had the general guide and it had been incumbent on each agency, but I think that the need for standardization across all is clearly evident. So.
Yeah, because I mean, I thought in the procurement, the RFP, of course, maybe they're not RFPs all the time. That's probably the deal, but the users are supposed to be part of the process of,
Yeah.
you know, they're supposed to give their report to the procurement committee.
Yes, sir. That is something is each agency has a different process for their own procurements on who's involved in building those. We do not have. So while procurement has the guidelines of the processes, for example, each agency will submit a RFP that looks different, is not in a standard format. So they may just do bullet points for their specifications as opposed to listing out, you know, like 1.1.2, 1.1.3, where you can be very specific. That creates a burden on everybody in the review process because everything looks different. Some are very detailed, some not so detailed. So there's room for improvement and growth across the state.
All right. Okay.
So, for the sake of time, just so we can try and get back on schedule, I'll kind of go through the others relatively quickly, if that's okay with you, sir, so we can get through and keep the day going. Projects completed in the quarter, KDOT equipment management capital inventory system replacement was completed, that project. So that means they've gone through and done the project review process and submitted all that as well. So again, I know KDOT has a lot of these different things because this is very similar to what was like the bridge management system. But to the earlier question of the AASHTO, where I think they're waiting on a vendor upgrade, not something that they can do. I think that's the holdup. So the vendor has to make that upgrade. All right, projects under the risk threshold, and I know there may be some questions on these, but Kansas Department of Corrections, the APTIO financial reporting for KDOC, they came in under the risk threshold at 1.66. The threshold is 1.75. So just under that. The Kansas Sentencing Commission, Senate Bill 123 case management software, again, they came in at 1.65, cost right about $250,000. And then the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks law enforcement body camera migration came in at 1.68, but at about $700,000. So.
All right. Does anybody have any questions about any of those three where they would like to have more information at their next meeting, or just want to see how they get along? I think we're good.
All right. All right. So I have some quick OITS updates, and I will be relatively brief with these. All right. So I know we've presented on Senate Bill 291 and our IT integration project and our partnership and working with the vendor Gartner to build this plan, this IT integration plan as required. I just want to give a kind of brief update where we're at. I know next month we will give kind of a readout of the report essentially. Now granted, I'll be fully transparent. It'll be a bit abridged because we still do need that last, about month and a half to finalize all the details prior to presenting it as required by the legislation to Ways and Means and Senate Legislative Modernization Committee or House Modernization Committee on January 16th or 15th. So we do need that time. So, but we'll try and give you as much as we can. So right now, obviously, we started back in February with this project. To date, where we are, we have provided a target state recommendation. And we are communicating that out to agencies and what Gartner is proposing as a target state for IT service delivery in the future. And where we're working now is looking at that target state versus the current state assessment and building that roadmap and gap analysis. So we're in the kind of final stages of building that roadmap, and we'll be presenting that to agencies here in the coming weeks as well. So we're going to try and get that information out to them. So ideally, the first time they're hearing it is not when we're presenting it to a legislative committee. So we're trying to get out in front of them of that. But it is coming along nicely, and we're very excited to see what is produced, because there are opportunities, whether we consolidate or not. There are opportunities for some efficiencies and bettering processes like we were talking about earlier. So again, we'll provide that major readout, and we're currently briefing agency leadership and their IT staffs, because again, this is attempt number 4 in the past 10, 15 years of a consolidation effort. So we want to make sure we're being transparent in this process to ease some of those fears and concerns. All right, we're also finalizing the 3-year IT plan, so we can provide that out as required by required. We'll publish that October 31st. Apologize. And then we'll provide copies of that to JCIT in the November hearing as well. So that is being finalized now. So this is about the time where we get that completed. And so we'll have that in the November hearing. As I mentioned, we use this to try and identify trends and kind of find opportunities to standardize and build enterprise solutions. All right. I know we've briefed on this exercise prior to it occurring. We did actually complete our Cyberplanes Guardian exercise the last 2 weeks of August. We had about 90 participants, again, red team, blue team exercise, as well as a week of classroom instruction and training. Participants from cities, counties, school districts, and the National Guard. So very excited. We did have split locations here in Topeka and Wichita. Future iterations, we're hoping we can create some more locations to get more participation. The way we spec'd it and built it is we're hoping to try and get it up to about 200 participants. So I do have a participation list I will share. That was one of the requests from Senator Cluse, so we do have that, and we'll get that provided to him and the committee as well. But obviously, with any inaugural event exercise, there were some bumps and challenges that we had to work through in terms of the complexity of this type of engagement. So we have a lot of great lessons learned from that. But the biggest thing is the collaboration partnership we were able to establish. We were able to work with the National Guard in this capacity for the first time ever. We had great participation from them and engagement, and a lot of the time spending, understanding, and learning what we can do as a state, and having that, building that bench, because this is a whole of state problem. So people know who to call or can call a friend if they ever have issues. So very excited for that. Look to continue that exercise. And with that, stand for questions.
Yeah, I was there for a few minutes. It was interesting. I had no idea what they were doing most of the time, but they had a lot of nice little graphics on the.
Yes.
James knows all how to do it now, though. James, James participated also. So, all right. Any final questions for Jeff? Next month we will have another. We'll have this report by.
Yes.
And I guess one of the things that I want to, we're gonna talk quite a bit about 291 next month. So maybe if you could, maybe even before then,
Sir.
Send something to myself or to James so that he can send it out. Any changes that you see in 291 that would be good, and then also how that would affect as far as Gartner, that project is done. So 291 just says you have to give the report, and then going forward, would there need to be more legislation, or does that just give you the authority to do it?
Yes, sir. Great question. Likely there will need to be some either legislation or executive mandate, executive order from the governor. So, or could be both, things like that. Obviously recognizing we're coming up to an administration change.
Right.
What's the appetite of everybody to start something now versus wait versus, so there's some decisions that need to be made.
That was kind of one of the things
from that perspective. But there are pieces within the roadmap, whether we move forward with a broader consolidation or not, are things we need to do to become better IT providers to the agencies and to the citizens all. So there are some recommendations that we'll start pursuing to improve how we do things. So addressing some of the procurement questions, addressing some of how we're building specifications, those pieces, if we have an enterprise project management office, we're gonna work on some of those regardless.
Okay.
So I would, yeah, I'll just sec. I would approach it as 291 sunsetting and a new bill being put forth with your recommendations. So Representative Bourgeon.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that comment. I was questioning the sunset and sort of what you were thinking and what the plan was there. So I appreciate that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from some of the conversations that I've had, and I know that you've had also with, I'm thinking, I mean, we can have a discussion on this, but I'm thinking that we let 291 sunset and that we put forth a new bill with the pieces that we feel like need to go forward. Because there are some that need to go forward, but I also think there's some changes that need to be made on it, so.
Agreed, that's our opinion as well.
Okay. All right, any other questions before we let Jeff go? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time. Alex, you're next. Alex Wong, Chief Information Technology Chief for the Judicial Branch.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Alex Wong, Chief Information Technology Officer, Judicial Branch. I will also keep it short because it's a short presentation today, so let's see if we can catch up on some time and get you guys to lunch. All right, so today we're going to give you some project updates. So similar to Executive Branch, we also submit our IT projects through the ks process. So we go through the same process with Kilo. But a lot of our project is not really Kilo reportable because of the size and the scale of it. But we still want to definitely give transparency and awareness to everybody in this room. So we will present some projects that is going to have statewide implementation later on that you will see. So we'll start with that. And we'll give you an update on Senate Bill 291, especially on the same vendor that we use for Executive Branch, Gartner, that is helping us to do some of the assessment work for statewide or state-owned devices and state-owned networking services for the state. So more to come on that. On projects, I will start with the first one. So last meeting, I kind of demonstrated a model that we are looking at, which is the court component model. And you will remember that the core of all judicial service starts with a case management system. That system basically contains all the judicial information from clerks to judges to attorney filing the cases in. So that is basically where every single information flows in and flows out from. And then there are other peripheral components that we use, such as the jury management system, digital evidence management, and things like that. So we wanted to make sure that every time we touch any component in that model that we present into this committee. So you have seen the impact that you might have, the benefits, and also the timeline of some of these changes that we're making. So the first project is the case management system upgrade project. So if you remember, Judicial Branch spent like 4 to 5 years since 2018 to try to put together a centrally provided case management system for the whole state. And that product is Tyler Odyssey. So that project completed last November. So now we have one single centrally managed case management system across the state. Once that finished, now we need to focus on getting it to the latest supportable version. And this is what this project is about. So we have spent the last 6 months going through testing, going through implementation, putting infrastructure together to support this. And that is now scheduled to be upgraded in early December. So that is our current timeline. So this month, I say this month, I'm actually thinking about November. So in November, we will actually go through all the preparation process to make sure that we are ready to go in December. So more to come in the next meeting. We'll give you a more specific timeline when we have it all fresh out in November. With that said, the next few projects, I will have our chief of child court, district court services, and also our chief for statewide court program, Amy Raymond and Jennifer Foster, to talk a little bit about the other projects because they are on the business side, and I always like to have business side to explain some of this project moving forward. So, Amy?
Good morning. I'm Amy Raymond, Chief of Child Court Services. It's good to see you all this morning. I'm going to talk about 3 of the projects. The public access portal, as I believe we mentioned last time, we are building a new public access portal for both the public, and then there will be elevated roles for our justice partners within that portal. We are testing that, anticipate testing with some public users as well as justice partner users within the next few weeks, and anticipate being live with that the first part of December, kind of coinciding with our Odyssey upgrade. I'm also managing the digital evidence management project. This is a system in which we will manage all of the documents and all of the other types of digital evidence that are submitted to the court for admission at a hearing or a trial. We've sent a request for proposal to the Office of Procurement. They are reviewing that. And as soon as it's ready for release, we will put that on the street and hope to get that process moving quickly so we can engage with a vendor within the next few months. The last project I will talk about today is text messaging. We are working on a text messaging hearing reminder project, so we can text litigants when their hearings are coming up, and with the goal of reducing a failure to appear rate across the state. We're looking at all public case types at this point: criminal, civil, traffic, fish and game, all of those. We are finalizing our statement of work with the vendor, and then we'll start with configuration of the system, which we anticipate will take just a couple of months. So that's a particular project that I'm really excited about. I think that's going to make a really big impact for Kansans. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jennifer Foster, to talk about our audio recording project, and I'm happy to stand for questions at any point.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Foster, Chief of Statewide Court Programs. I am going to share with you a little bit more about our For the Record digital audio recording project. This is a speech-to-text and quick draft transcript project. A little background, in Kansas courts, we've historically used digital recording systems. However, this enhancement increases both automatic secure storage and audio recordings, instant access to records for authorized users, on-demand conversion of audio and searchable speech-to-text draft transcripts, playback functionality with instantaneous keyword searches, as well as an output accuracy levels reaching up to 95%. The scope of our project was to address shortages in court reporters. Kansas currently has 73 court reporters with approximately 300 courtrooms. This leaves almost 3/4 of our courtrooms without a court reporter at any given day. The integration to the FTR speech-to-text quick draft transcript software was a significant advancement for our courtrooms, gave us the ability to maintain accurate, timely and accessible records of proceedings. As the number of available court reporters continues to fall, we needed a safety net to secure records. This technology provides a reliable safeguard to ensure that no proceedings go unrecorded. We are currently hosting 18 licenses that started with our initial project. We expanded that by adding an additional 40 licenses. So we currently operate under 58 licenses in the state. It is our intent to push that project forward. We're very optimistic with the results we're receiving. We would like to expand it to users throughout Kansas. When I say that, I mean courts. I would share that Kansas operates under many different platforms. So although this project was exclusive to FTR users, we would like to expand that to other users that operate under a different software program.
What do you mean by that for sure?
What I am sharing, this software is being used in 58 pilot courts. We would like to expand that and offer that ability to other courts. Each license is exclusive to one courtroom. With 300 courtrooms, we would like to expand this technology, offer this software to courts where potentially there's not a court reporter available.
So the cost would be offset by the not paying the court reporter.
I would have to research that more to give you a specific answer, but we have had in our budget, we have requested funding. We also have used additional funds. Some of that comes from the shortage in court reporters. But to give you a very specific outcome with that, I would research that more for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So
Absolutely.
on average, is it cheaper this way than a court reporter? The license is cheap, like for a courtroom.
Correct. Yes, the license are approximately $3,767 per license. That is per courtroom annually. That's an annual expense. There is, I would say, no. How would I put that? I don't think you can replace a court reporter in person. The ability for them to manage the courtroom, the instant playback they give, the human aspect of that is difficult to replace. However, the court needs a safety net to capture the record of the court. This software provides that opportunity in areas where there is not a court reporter. This technology doesn't replace them, but it does enhance areas where we can make a quick draft transcript. It still requires human contact to vet that transcript, to listen to the audio and create a certified copy.
And I appreciate that. I mean, reality is though, just because the lack of, we are replacing the court reporters. I mean, that's, when you don't have one and you add this, then it's replacement. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but.
Our capacity isn't building rapidly.
Yeah. So the technology advanced enough now that you said it's 99 or 95% accurate?
It's up to 95% accurate. Okay. This is our first year in this pilot. We're asking court reporters specifically to compare to their, what they're capturing, so we can assess the two, so that we know when we're using it in a court without a court reporter that we can rely on it. So we're still in kind of the initial stages of that, but transcriptionists and court reporters are highly encouraged to use it, and so we have a comparison and some data we can share.
Okay. And I'm sure there's, how to say this, there's, not all courtrooms are equal as far as the, the profile of the case, I guess. So I can see where, in some cases you may want both, but in some cases, probably this is all you would need in the end.
Yes, I would agree.
Any other questions? Yeah. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your testimony. This is fascinating technology, and it's obviously the future. I think you mentioned that the audio recording is stored in a secure environment. Where is that stored, and how do you know it's secure? Is that
For
in
the
a cloud
record, which
somewhere?
we refer to as FTR, has a cloud storage, so it is secured in the cloud.
Where is that cloud? Is that a Kansas managed cloud or a vendor managed cloud, or
It's
do we know where?
vendor managed. Also, districts frequently download that to their local servers, but then it would be accessible to them at any time. It is also exclusive to their county, so it's not statewide access.
Right, that was going to be my other question. How does Johnson County have access to Jackson County's audio recordings? I would assume not as a precaution, correct?
Correct. Those are set by counties, so they have administrative personnel who set the restrictions, and it's not open to all employees within the district, so it's controlled.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And more a comment. I appreciate the work of our court reporters across the state. I have witnessed it, and it has been an important part of the process. I would also note that just like in our committee meetings, it's great to have technology, but if you don't have an assistant, that technology can't always be counted on.
Thank you.
I agree, but unfortunately, the reality is that we're just not going to be able to get a court reporter in every court going forward. So, all right. Any other questions? I appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Yep. Alex, I think we're ready for you again.
Mr. Chair, we'll move forward. Next update is Senate Bill 291 update, and you will see some visualization that is similar to what you see from Jeff's presentation because we are using the same vendor. We're leveraging the same knowledge the Gartner have on the state as a whole, so that some of those things are probably internal knowledge already have absorbed, so it's easier to translate between the two branches. As you will see later on, that one of the requirements is the network requirements, and our network is supported and provided by OITS. So there is definitely a direct connection between the two branches. So let me start with giving you a overview of what this project is, just to get everybody up to speed. The specific requirements in SB 291 for this specific project is to provide a plan and a cost estimate for if we have to provide state-owned equipment. When I say equipment, I will be clear. One specific is workstations, endpoints, your workstation, your laptop, your mobile devices, tablet, etc., endpoints, user devices. And the other one is networking devices. So the switches, routers, firewalls, those are the things that is physically in the courthouse itself. So we are asked from SB 291 to provide a plan of if those equipment are no longer provided directly by the county, which is mostly what they are provided from today. Some of the rural county also get those things directly from IT vendors, like IT providers closer to where they are. Bless you. So those are the information that we're collecting. Right? We are trying to figure out if we need to replace those existing items in both workstation and network. How do we do it? What are the options? How much is it going to cost? So that is what our ask is from SB 291. And I always put this slide for anyone that we talk to in the counties and the districts, is what we are not doing in this project. This project is not to enact any of the plan that we have developed. The requirements, like what Chairman is saying earlier in the hearing with the executive branch, is to provide a plan to this committee and provide a plan to the legislature to decide what to do next. So we want to emphasize the fact that we are not implementing it. We are just providing a plan at this point. Then in the next legislative section, then we will decide what we're going to do at that point of time. So that is just as important as what we do with what the project is. timeline. So this is where the whole plan comes together on what we are planning to do, the milestone and the timeline of getting it done. We started the project in August, which is finding the right partner, having Gartner to come in and actually developed the plan. So the plan a major part of the plan is to collect information. If we don't know what they have today, how they're assessing the network today, we can't figure out what to do to get to the goals that we need to get to. So putting together surveys, putting together a questionnaire, understanding what kind of inventory information each district have. So we have 31 districts and 105 counties. So those are the individual folks that we need to work with to collect those information. So as you can see, that could be complicated very fast because they can, like say Johnson County and Sedgwick and some of those urban counties, they have county IT supports because they have more resource. But the folks over in the west side of the state are less resourceful, so they usually have individual IT vendors to provide them. So the type of information that they collect and the type of equipment that they provide is completely separate and different from the rest of the state. So that presents that challenge for us to go into September timeline to actually kick off with them individually. So we actually have individual kickoff meeting with each district and basically share with them what we're trying to do to make sure that we give them all the information, hold their hands on like, okay, if you don't have that information, we can collect it in different ways. So we spend most of the September and October collecting all this information together. And once we have that, and that's where we are right now at the end of October, is put together the current state assessment. So we are expecting Gartner to come next month to give you more information of what they see on the current state. And that will be the next meeting on that. And we will have the proposed plan and options for us to review, probably towards the end of November and beginning of December. So we probably have a plan ready by the end of this calendar year. But depending on the time of the meeting, we might not be able to share the full result in the next HCIT meeting, but we'll definitely have it ready for the next legislative session. So going back to where we are on collecting information, I mentioned that we have 105 counties. So this information is as of last week. We collected 91 out of 105 counties information that we need for current state. So all the workstation information, network information, and so forth. So we're getting really close to the end of collecting them all. And we have made contact with 60 different point of contact from the IT service provider. And we have started to work on the different type of persona that you will see next time of how do we categorize them and what are the potential services that we can provide to them individually because they each have unique needs. The needs from the urban county is different from the needs from the rural county. So we're trying to categorize them and come up with those differentiation. And that's what we're doing today. All right. That's all I have for SB 291 update. Stand for any questions that you might have.
So, Alex, so Gartner's, I know you're not going to be totally ready, but Gartner will be ready to give some sort of a presentation to us in November.
For sure. So for sure, they will put together the current state assessment. So we will have what they have collected for 105 counties. What does each county looks like? How do we categorize them? And also, what are the potential options moving forward? But once we pick the options, and that's where the gap analysis comes in. So we know what option we're going to go, then they will put together the roadmap and the cost estimate. But I think they would definitely have the current state for sure. And I'm pushing them to give the options as well. So more to come.
Yeah, because what they're going to present to us they're just options. They're not necessarily what you would maybe pick.
Correct.
Is what and I think
correct.
it's the same way for, I'm looking at Jeff, it's going to be the same way for the the executive. Okay, all right. Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Alex, appreciate it. All right, Mr. Tom Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Tom Day, Director of Legislative Administrative Services, as well as interim Chief Information Technology Officer. As I've mentioned before, for the second time, going on again a 2-year period. And the first time was for about a 2-year period. The committee has asked us to give some updates on the KLIS project, some general IT project updates, as well as where we are in the CETO recruitment. I'm going to handle the CETO recruitment, and then I'm going to turn it over to Eric Teal, the Director of Application Services for the Information Services Office for the Legislature. And then John Langer, the Director of Technical Services, will give the update, general update on IT projects for the legislative branch. On the CETO update, the Legislative Coordinating Council asked me to post the position. We have posted the position twice. The first time around, we received 12 applications, and then I went back to give an update to the Legislative Coordinating Council, and they asked me to repost the position, but we are also changing the salary of the Chief Information Technology Officer. So the first round of applicants are moving into the second round. The position has closed, and we have evaluated the applications, and I am sending those to the Legislative Coordinating Council Subcommittee on Administration. They will handle the interviews of any applicants. All 5 legislative agencies, I'm sorry, 4 of the 5 legislative agencies reviewed the applications and pared them down to a reasonable number. There are 25 total. And so we have pared them down. That's not to say that the Subcommittee on Administration won't look at the other applications. They will receive all 25 applications, but we will also give them our recommendations. The Legislative Post Audit Division of Post Audit, the Revisor's Office, the Research Department, and myself all had a person from those agencies look at all the applications, and then we have all pared them down to our best candidates. So at this point, that's where it stands for the CETO, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have something. I'm also dealing with all of the travel schedules and everything else of the members of the Legislative Subcommittee on Administration. So having to deal with that as well to try and make all this work by the end of the year. But that's where we are with the CETO update. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I will turn it over to Eric Teal to give us a KLIS update, but I know there may be questions.
Right, yeah, I do have a question on, so I know that we have not funded a CISO for the legislature for the last couple of years. Well, we haven't ever funded it. It's in 291 that we must have one. Is there any, when you were looking at the position of CETO for the legislative, was there any discussion of maybe having that be a dual job, I guess? I think the legislature is small enough that would maybe work.
There has not been any discussion on that, and I don't know. I would have to refer kind of to the revisor's office as to whether that could be a dual role or whether it has to be separate roles. Based on 291, I would say that it has to be a separate role, but I would defer to the revisor's office for that clarification at some point. Okay. When that happens. However, going to the question of not funding the CISO, we have already put our budgets, all the legislative agencies have put our budgets into the Legislative Coordinating Council, and they have approved all of our budgets. Within the legislature's budget is the FTE as well as funding for the CISO going through the process as we move forward. Not to say that we won't move forward with posting the position before the budget ever comes out or before we go through the process during the session, but we will probably post that position. Right now, we do have cybersecurity engineer that is working with us in the information security office, and Bob Murphy will be giving a presentation later this afternoon as well. So on the NIST standards and the implementation of those NIST standards in the legislative branch.
Well, I think that's, that's part of my question, I think, as far as and maybe this is a question for Natalie, as far as 291, maybe it's not the CETO, maybe it doesn't need to be the CETO and the CISO together, but maybe, Bob's position together or something. I'm just not sure that if we necessarily need a second person, but does 291 give that flexibility or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so the statute that creates the legislative branch CISO is 757208A. I will remind you that this whole section will expire if you let 291 sunset. So assuming what happens there, but there's nothing in the statute that requires the person to be separate necessarily. It just says there's hereby established the position of a legislative branch chief information security officer. It does require them to be in the unclassified service, which is the same as the CETO position. And it says that person shall be appointed by the legislative coordinating council and shall receive compensation determined by the council. I could double check with our budget people for when we create those FTEs, if it's necessarily that it has to be a standalone position, but there's certainly nothing in the words of the statute that say, the CETO can't also be the CISO necessarily. You just have to appoint someone to fill that role.
All right. So I think that's a discussion that we ought to have. Kind of put that in the back of your mind. As we go forward with our recommendations, maybe we put forth some recommendations to the LCC on some of these positions. So just to think about. So anything else before you turn it over to?
No, sir. If there's no other questions.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Eric Teal, and as Tom said, I'm the Director of Application Services. My written testimony should be in your packet there. And as requested, I'm here today to provide an update on the project since the last time I was here in August to give you an update. On October 13th, 2025, the KLS Modernization Project Steering Committee informed the LCC Subcommittee on Administration that the KLS bill drafting system in its present form is not stable or mature enough for use during the 26th legislative session. The steering committee also reported that even though there are still a few months before the start of the session, the committee could not agree that could not guarantee that the system would be ready for the session. Because of this, the steering committee recommended against using the system for the 2026 session. And also on October 13th, during the LCC's regular meeting, the Subcommittee on Administration made the recommendation to the full LCC that the new system not be used during the 2026 session. And then after some discussion, the motion that I have written out here in my original testimony was made and adopted by the LCC. Since then, the steering committee has started the reevaluation process in accordance with the LCC's directive. And then on this last Monday, October 27th, with the approval of the Subcommittee on Administration, we have issued a stop work order to Propylon, which will be in effect from October 27th through November 30th to allow us time to reevaluate where we're going, what the project should look like going forward, who we should use in the future, et cetera, et cetera. We are evaluating a lot of different options at this time. And we also need to have a report back to the subcommittee and the full LCC by their December meeting.
So how much money have we put forth so far?
money have we spent so far?
Mr. Chairman, to date, this is SGF and ARPA funding. We have spent $6.5 million.
So, I mean, we almost can't get away from propylone and start over.
Based on what the LCC has asked us to do, we are reevaluating all processes. That's not to say they don't want to, whether we stop and look for somebody else or whether we continue on with propylon. Your comment is very on point. It's difficult when we have embedded that much money, but that is one of the issues that we will be looking at in the reevaluation process.
So in that process, if we did decide to go with someone else, is all that lost?
That is, the revisor's office is looking at that through the contractual provisions.
Okay, all right. Not good. Any other questions? Yeah, if we can continue to keep us informed on the what you're thinking, I appreciate that. It is, it's a lot that we've spent, and I mean, there's certain parts of it that are okay, right? I mean, certain parts of it that are working, it's just parts that are not.
Correct. I would say parts of it are very stable, then there's parts that are like, keep us from being able to use it for reliably during a session,
So just what percentage?
really hard to say. One day it's 80%, the next day it's 60% because of bugs that get reintroduced, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. No other questions. Is that all you have, Eric?
Yeah, that's all
All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, John.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. I am John Langer. I am the Director of IT for LAS. You probably have a statement there of just the general stuff that I've laid out. And our general statement is we've been very, very busy this past summer. We've implemented quite a few different changes in how we operate here in the State House. And, you know, part of my ongoing goal is to take a look at the processes that we are actually using in our environment, you know, what we can do to improve things and make things better. I'm always looking at ways to see where we might have duplication of services and trying to narrow down that to where we're working with one particular product. Now, there are some times where we might be using multiple products for various reasons that offer something that the other doesn't offer. But in most cases, whenever I find duplication, I'm really looking at saying how we can get rid of that and reduce cost. So I am very budget oriented in what we do and how we move forward. Some of the things that we're really striving for in the future is to implement a zero trust policy and protocols. And Bob may speak to that maybe a little bit more with some of the NIST standards later this afternoon. But we're gradually moving that direction, and our overall status is actually starting to improve pretty well. I think we're making very good progress. I get reports basically monthly from Arctic Wolf, which is our company that allows us to take a look at the snapshot of how people are doing. And we have a fairly high score. We're at 78 right now. So people are being aware in that regard, and we're making good progress. And I want to continue on in that mode. One of the projects that we've been working on this year is the continuation of the virtual State House conference system. That basically came for renewal here this year, here in October. And the LCC has provided us the contract to go ahead and move forward in pushing forward with that. Now, one of the things I do want to remind everybody is these systems are now 5 years old. And we are continuing to do maintenance on these products and keep them up to date. And I have a fantastic crew we've been able to maintain a lot of the monitors and stuff like that without having to go out and buy. But we're at a point to where we're going to have to start updating the equipment. Some of the things that I'm looking at as we move forward in these particular rooms is changing how we actually integrate the system. I'm looking at basically having a system in here that doesn't change every time there's a major upgrade in the software. One of the things that I find very frustrating where we're at right now is we have forced updates to us through Cisco. A lot of these, some not really for security, but for various features and stuff that they are adding on. My goal is to have a system in here that we have in place that works with the room, that we can tie to any system, whether it be WebEx, Zoom, Teams, whatever, down the road. So that's some of the things that I'm kind of looking at forward for these rooms, and that's some of the stuff we're going to be really investigating over the next 5 years. Hopefully we'll have something in place before then, but that's kind of the direction I'm looking at. You know, other than that, I will say I think that we've done very good with the equipment that we've had. And for the fact that it was put in, when it was put in so quickly, it has worked and served very well. But we do need to stay on top of that and move forward. And here again, too, when we're doing this, you know, I'm very budget conscious. We're going to make sure we get the best thing for our buck for these rooms. The other aspect that we have here that we've worked on this year, and I'm very happy to report about, is the House voting system. The House voting system is one of the things that I've talked to with Susan Kennard about and various people about having replaced. The system was currently 17 years old. And in that process, we've been seeing and experiencing various failures throughout the year. A lot of times you're able to track down the various cards and stuff like that and keep the system running with minimum downtime. But we were seeing more and more issues as time goes on. And, you know, they addressed that to me, and I was talking with IRC at that time about changing out the system. One of the things that also came into question when I was talking to the Speaker of the House was that some of the people were complaining about not being able to hear when someone was at the well. And we had looked at adding additional speakers into the chamber itself. But there is a host of other requirements, particularly with the historic of the building and getting power to the powered speakers in there that kind of was going to slow that part of the project down. So I had asked IRC if there was a possibility of being able to have an audio jack at the voting console so that people who were having difficulty could actually plug in a set of headphones or earbuds and be able to listen to the speaker. And they told me, yeah, we can do that. This is something that we could do. So we got this approved. The new system is in place, and we actually have it available and operating. In fact, it actually finished well ahead of schedule, which I'm very, very happy about. It consisted of primarily 2 phases, one of removing the old system and demoing the old cable that we had in there. And we were able to get the new cables pulled in basically within 3.5 weeks and verified and tested. And I'm very happy to report that the system is operational as of this time. The next issue that we're looking at, and is actually more of a project for the next coming year, but we're starting to look at it now, is the legislative agency staff update computers. We're coming up to the point to where we need to look at updating the computers for the staff and the various agencies that we also support. We basically have those under a 4-year contract through Dell. This one comes due in December of '26. So we're going to basically be transparent with the various agencies, get their input, and we're really going to start hammering that out here in November and December, as we start looking forward as to what our next computer procurement will be. My hope is that we have all of the systems to be sent back to Dell by December of 2026, but I hope to have the new systems in place here at least by late summer, early fall, so that we can start implementing those systems. We're still looking at whether or not to outright buy or lease. That is a question that will actually come down to the legislatures and the LCC as to how we move forward on that. But I do think at this time, it's better to outright purchase than at least just looking at the various financial fees that are in place with what we're currently doing. So that will be, there'll be more to come on that as we move forward in that area. And the last area that I want to touch base on right now is basically our server update. We've currently procured 4 servers that basically be a stopgap for us while we take a look at other initial systems and areas where we want to go. We're going to be able to transfer our current environment that we're using right now onto these systems, and we will use that here through the next year. We just received those here the last week, actually earlier this week. We were hoping to see those a little bit earlier, but we had problems getting the memory chips for the various systems that we were needing. There was a glut there. But we do have those in place, and we're in the process of moving forward on that. Much of the reason as to why we have to move forward on that, our current hardware was very much tied into various vendors that kind of force your hand to upgrade. We could not basically use the equipment and upgrade to newer software because the system didn't allow you to do it. And that's really kind of one of the things that really bothers me with a lot of vendors, that we see this more and more. And it's a problem that I think is industry-wide. But the systems that we have will allow us to move forward and give us the time we need to fully evaluate some of the directions we want to go here in the near future. And hopefully we'll have all of this stuff ready to go by the start of session. I know my staff has reassured me, and I think we're going to get there on time. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, sounds good. So, yeah, I was in the about a month ago, I was in the chamber, and everything was all tore apart. And so I was asking what was going on. So, I mean, I understand the deal with the jacks. Is there going to be a way that because the jacks won't really work with earpods and stuff. So is there going to be a way that someone can plug in, or are Bluetooth receivers going to be available, or something like that?
Well, we didn't opt to go with Bluetooth because that just simply brings a lot more, how should I say, frustration because there's so many different vendors and stuff with that. Plus, if you think if everybody's using Bluetooth in there, you're going to have a lot of congestion of signal. The simplest idea was to go with the standard millimeter jack headphone. So, we can look at possibly providing headphones if we need to for that. In fact, I've got some right now that work with the wireless units that we have. So if someone does need a headset, we can probably arrange that. I think headsets are relatively cheap, $5-6, So that's not a big deal. But if you have your own personal headset or earbuds that you prefer, you can use that and it will work. And like I say, there's enough volume there that you should be able to blow out your ears. So, we did test that, and like I say, it's available at all of the desks at this point.
Okay. All right. And my last question is on the servers. So my understanding was that LCC made the recommendation that we go to the cloud.
Yes.
So is that a done deal?
We're kind of in an evaluation mode.
Okay.
We do have some stuff in place that we're looking at. And in the long term, I think this gives us a stopgap. We're both here and there. We can evaluate. We can take a look at how this is going to pan out and what works for us. There are some definite advantages to being in the cloud. I am not going to deny that. And we do definitely need to take a good look at that. As we proceed in the future, we'll be able to give you a little bit better information. Right now, like I said, this is a good fact-finding experience for us. We've been given a certain amount of money to work with this and to make some very good evaluations.
Okay.
Everything that we've done so far has been really, really good, and I've been very happy with what I've seen.
Okay. Yeah, I think there ought to be more discussion on that. My only concern with the cloud is that one certain of our agency really gets a lot of data from a lot of different agencies that come in, and they lose control of that that to a certain extent when they go to the cloud. You know, so I think that we need to really take that into consideration and look at it when we, so maybe there needs to be a combination of some stuff in the cloud, but some stuff on site.
I do believe that we have looked at some of that as well. You know, I can say from what I've experienced so far with the various vendor that we've looked at, the data, the way it can be set up is we have our own private key. Private key allows only us to see it. Now, the particular vendor then can manage the data and hold on to that data, but they really can't do anything with it. They just see it as being data. Really, the only people that have access to it are those people that are assigned and have the key. So it's very, very much, how do I want to say, scaled down to various people that we allow access to it. And the various controls and conditions that are put in place have been, you know, very good from what we've seen so far. You know, some of you may have even seen something here in the last few weeks where things went down because of a certain failure they had found. You know, we've even looked into that. You know, part of that problem was due to DNS. They had like a DNS server that had failed and didn't resync properly. And of course, you know, during that process, it took quite a while for all of the servers to resync. We've looked at the various options at that as well. So if we do go a route like that, we're not going to be in that same boat. So we're looking at the various options on that.
I appreciate it. I mean, I have the same, I think the cloud's great for a lot of things, but even in our other agencies and everything, I think there are some genuine concerns that we need to look at as far as when we start just putting everything in the cloud, because it's going somewhere. I mean, and when we do that, we lose control of exactly where that information actually is at. Is, you know, what you know, is it in Kansas? Is it in Texas? You know, is it split between 3 or 4 different data centers? So I think that those are things that we definitely need to make sure that we understand and maybe have some restrictions on if we allow vendors, if we go with a vendor that's a cloud vendor, that they just can't send that information to multiple different places. And
we definitely do have the ability to ask where that data is stored. So that is part of the process too. So we would make the recommendation as to where we want the data.
Okay, all right. Representative Haskins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, and it's just more of a request. Can we please get some sort of power outlet source up here so I can plug in my laptop without having to do some sort of yoga to get to the, I mean, it's just, I'll consider what you want us to, if we can consider my recommendation that everybody gets a power strip up here. That'd be great.
I will check into that. We might be able to get maintenance or somebody to put a power
I
strip.
actually carry a extension cord just in case, because there's some
Okay.
rooms I gotta plug it back here. So.
All right, very good.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't think there's actually enough plugins for, if everybody wanted to plug in a computer, there's not enough plugins. Yeah.
All right.
Right. So.
Very good.
All right, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm interested if you can look into any of the electric and utility costs that differ between servers and the cloud. Just because I know that we're going to be looking in Kansas at needing to have a lot more ability for our utilities, and I don't want to be necessarily adding to that if we don't have to through decisions that we are making.
We'll look into it.
All right, any other questions?
Good.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. No more questions.
All
then.
right, very good.
John, thank you. Does that conclude? Tom, do you have anything to say at the end, or?
Mr. Chairman, just want to thank the committee for allowing us to be here along with the executive branch and judicial branch. And you will be hearing from Bob Murphy this afternoon on the NIST standards presentation on those.
All right, great. All right, appreciate it. Okay. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. So we're going to continue with the 1 o'clock. I think that still gives us plenty of time to have lunch and be back here by 1 o'clock. So until 1 o'clock, we are adjourned. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started again here. Okay. Before we have Katrin come up, Tom, I had a question I was going to ask, and if you could, what is going on with the monitors in the old Supreme Court room? Are they ever going to get put somewhere besides on the floor with those deals that are always in our way? And
That was our best opportunity in the old Supreme Court room because we cannot mount the monitors. And so that was the best selection of location. I mean, we could look at the possibility of moving at least one of them further down, or we can't move the one next to the entrance further down. But the one on the other wall, we could look at moving down. It's I know it's a pain, but because of being the most historic room in this building, we couldn't do anything with mounting or anything else in that room.
I thought at one time that they were going to put them in cabinets or something like that was the idea. They were going to try to build cabinets that kind of matched the woodwork and everything.
We can definitely look back into that.
Okay. I mean, to me, the way it looks takes away the historical look of it. So
yeah,
whether they're mounted on the wall or not, and they're just not really very convenient.
Yeah.
So
we'll definitely do some looking back into that issue and see what we can come up with. Because I know we couldn't, we can't do anything with the chair rail that goes around the room. So it would have to be on the outside of that chair rail even. We couldn't cut a spot in that. But yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that.
okay, I appreciate it. Thanks. Okay. We have Katrin with Legislative Post Audits here. She's going to talk about KDHE Early Childhood System Monitoring Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, my name is Katrin Osterhaus. I am the IT Audit Manager with Legislative Division of Post Audit. Before I go over the presentation, I do want to make sure that you all know this is a little bit of outdated information I'm presenting today. It is from the second quarter of this year, and we're currently working on finalizing the third quarter. So what I'm presenting today is a little bit outdated, and I know maybe Bob had spoken a little bit this morning about some new developments in that arena. So again, you do have the memo in front of you. It should be dated September 16th. And I want to cover a little bit of background first before I dive into our results. First off, KSA 461135 gave us the opportunity to do some ongoing monitoring for IT projects. This includes the current project that we are monitoring on KDHE. So for this type of work, we do evaluate the project scope, schedule, cost, and also security or quality kind of in that arena as well. But it typically includes the project triangle, cost, schedule, and scope, and then as well as the quality piece of it. We did start evaluating the KDHE Early Childhood Data Integration and System Enhancement Project back in January of 2024. So it's been a minute that we've been following it. The current licensing and regulation IT system is on its last leg, basically. So that's one of the reasons why they're doing this project. KDHE did get a $5 million federal grant to fund this upgrade. And this IT project does upgrade not only KDHE childcare, but also the Department for Children and Family Foster Care licensing. So it's kind of a 2-for-1, basically. Components in this project include things like the application for doing childcare or foster care, renewals, inspections, complaints, so really the whole gamut. We picked this project because it was considered high risk in our opinion. First of all, it is a very important piece of the state to make sure that we have a childcare regulation and process in place to monitor, especially with the childcare shortage that folks have been talking about. Secondly, we rated it high risk because this system interconnects with a number of other systems as well. And so those interfaces are, of course, always risky because you do want to make sure it works properly across all systems. So in early 2024, KDHE did go ahead and sign a contract with a vendor to develop the system. And this is a software as a service system. So moving to results, and that I believe is on page 2 there. First of all, we'll talk about scope here. And scope for us was still satisfactory, even though there were some pretty big changes during that last second quarter period of time. And so I'll talk a little bit about that. So again, the project had some really pretty detailed scope descriptions and components in the initial documents and in the contract, so that looked really good for us. We also found that the 17 change orders that had been approved so far were really following a really robust process as far as approval and documentation, and so we feel really good about that part of it. The changes that I've mentioned in 2025, the legislature kind of towards the end of the session really approved House Bill 2045. And with that, it established the Office of Early Childhood. So it's a whole new, brand new agency. And it affected this project pretty heavily, I should say. It caused at least one large change order, and also in the quarter that isn't final yet, that I'm working on right now, the second change order related to that also has been approved. So overall, we do think that scope is satisfactory. Moving to cost, this area we called into caution at this moment, and we say that, and this is for the first time that we've monitored that cost has moved into caution. The $4.3 million initial cost for the contract, plus the various change orders and additional monitoring costs, they are now slightly above the $5 million grant that KDHE had available for the project. KDHE is moving some funds around to cover the difference, but again, at this point, the estimated cost has increased to the point where it exceeds the initial planned cost. So that's why we're calling this out as a caution item. And there's also a little bit of a concern to make sure that the federal funds for this project can be used before the grant expires. So there's a little bit of a timing effect, and that's important for the next area that I'm going to be talking about, which is schedule. So schedule, we also found to be in caution for that second quarter time period. This project has vacillated between okay and in caution several times during our monitoring. And currently, again, we are calling this in caution for several reasons. For one thing, this project had already been recast once. Originally, it was supposed to be finished by October 2025, so right around now. That was pushed back to early March 2025 in the initial recast. So then during the second quarter, there were a lot of tasks really that had been slipping. And with the massive change that the legislature imposed, which caused some additional redos, there was further schedule slippage. So the parties, KDHE and the contractor, had agreed to recast the project yet again. And so that new completion date really was formalized to be February of 2026. Shortly after this quarter ended. So even then, that deadline might be optimistic, and I'm not sure to what extent Bob might have touched on that, but there are some developments with UAT that may make that February date a little bit questionable. Security really was satisfactory, so I'm not going to take any time. You can certainly read that on your own. I do want to cover the last section in my memo there that you can see. It's called Other Findings. I would also call that bonus material. Essentially, we want to point out some issues with the CARS system. So at the end of the second quarter monitoring period, the state monitoring system, CARS, continued to provide outdated and inaccurate information. So let me break down a little bit of the information for you here. First of all, state agencies do get project approval and report all IT projects to KETO, which is the Kansas Information Technology Office. KEDO, in turn, evaluates projects for risk and monitors those projects considered at high risk. And you know all about it because you do look at those fairly decently. So CARS also collects some fees from each project. It's based on a percentage of each project cost, so they get that. And then KEDO, as well as relevant agencies, also provide the legislature, and again, specifically you all, with an overview of where all these projects stand. And that is, of course, all statutorily required. Agencies submit quarterly reports on their projects to KEDO. And this was all very paper-driven until a couple of years ago when KEDO decided to go with the CARS system. And so that was implemented, like I said, a couple of years ago. And CARS is supposed to help JCIT and the CEDOs view and approve and monitor all of those IT projects. And we did find that the online system, or the portion online that should be available, really is not working as well. I say that because agency updates do not appear to get pulled in accurately or consistently. For this project specifically, as well as other projects that I kind of noodled around on, we noted that the page number links don't work, and the page document link that should be online and should work when you click on it really brought up some really old status information from April of 2024. And that was, of course, in mid-25. So pretty old information, and we've pointed that out in the last monitoring project as well. So this is an ongoing, continuing problem. So we kept reporting it because, again, it is an ongoing problem. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'll stand for questions.
All right, any questions? Yeah, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I'm somewhat familiar with your work, and I think you're very good at it, and you guys do a great job. I kind of draw my attention to the schedule and the cost overruns, and I typically, when I see that a project is over cost or over schedule, it's typically due to one of maybe 4 or 5 things. Maybe scope creep, maybe you didn't initially identify all the tasks that needed to be completed for the project, maybe you miscalculated the duration of those tasks, or maybe it's simply mismanagement of resources. Do you have a sense for, is it all of those? Is it some of those? Do you have a sense for what's largely driving the cost and schedule overruns on the project?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for the question. A good question. If you can imagine a triangle with the 3 areas of cost, schedule, and scope, definitely scope does impact the length. So when scope increases, whether that is because the change orders were mandated through the legislature or things that you just didn't anticipate, it will increase the schedule. So some of the schedule issues are definitely due to that, I would say. The second main component of the schedule going, basically slipping, is that the schedule overall was way optimistic. So when I look at the schedule every so often, even at the very beginning, there was very little time allowed for when the state had feedback to the contractor about this is not right, and this needs fixed, and this needs fixed. There was very little time built in to get that all remedied and fixed. So the schedule was very optimistic.
All right. On the CARS system, is that, you think it's not just inputs are not going in quick enough, or you think it's actually inside the system that it's not working right?
Because it's really outside of what we're doing, I cannot really give you more specifics than just calling out that there is some issues. Exactly what it is, I don't know. I know I've heard that it was going to get addressed and fixed, but this is the second quarter that we're noticing it. And I will say in this third quarter, I'm again seeing the links not working and things like that.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay. Seeing no more questions, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next we have, well, I know I'm going to say this name wrong. Maury, okay, Maury, thank you. Senior Auditor for LPA. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right. So my name is Maury Exline. I'm a senior auditor at Kansas Legislative Division of Post Audit, and I supervised an audit evaluating access controls of school district accounting systems that was released last month in September of 2025. So this audit was to answer the following objective, and that was, do selected school districts' accounting systems have adequate access security controls? So the short answer to this question is, of the 20 districts that we reviewed, only some had adequate access controls for their accounting systems, and very few had adequate written policies. So let's start with some background about school district accounting systems. So school district accounting systems record and track transactions and then hold funding for K-12 expenditures like salaries and benefits, operations, student costs, and among other expenses. School districts are required to report on their finances to KSDE regularly and are also regularly audited by certified public accountants, but school districts are not required to have specific accounting system access controls in place. So each school district is responsible for ensuring that their accounting systems have proper safeguards and controls for their financial information. So these include things like preventing unauthorized access through various security controls such as passwords, and also limiting access on a need-to-know basis. So inadequate accounting system access controls leave districts vulnerable to unauthorized access, and through things like phishing scams or ransomware attacks, or even leaving them susceptible to fraud. So school districts, like I said, are not required to have any specific set of access controls in place by law or regulation. And there's also no specific guidance given to school districts relevant to accounting system access controls. So because of this, we did not have a specific standard of, or a specific set of controls to look at for school districts. So we instead looked at the Kansas Information Technology Executive Councils and the National Institute of Standards and Technology to find a set of best practices to evaluate school districts against. So we also reviewed accounting control best practices available through the Kansas Department of Administration website. So through this review of different best practices, we identified 12 controls to review, and these fell into 3 main categories. Those categories were account management, identity management, and then user limits. So those account management controls protect against account creation and modification. Identity management controls protect against unauthorized users, and then user limits controls reduce the risk that users have more access than necessary. So for our selection of districts, we judgmentally selected 20 school districts based on district location, their size, their population density, and as well as by how recently our office has audited that district. You can look at Figure 1 to see different details of those districts that we looked at in this audit. So there are some important caveats about the work that we did. So we expected the school districts to have all of the selected access controls that we were looking at, regardless of the system's age or functionality. And this is because the access to controls that we selected to review are really the baseline of security that school districts should have in place. So let's talk first about overall outcomes. So none of the 20 districts that we reviewed had adequate IT security access control practices in all 3 categories that we evaluated. If you look at Figure 2, it summarizes our overall results, but I'm going to talk about each category individually. So let's look first at account management. So these controls help regulate account access to districts' accounting systems. And if you look at Figure 3, that shows our results for each of the controls that we reviewed in this category. Only 1 school district had adequate practices for all 3 of the controls in this category. The remaining 19 districts did not have adequate practices for 1 or more of the 3 controls. So let's talk about each of those controls. So first, many districts, so 14 of the 20 districts that we reviewed, had adequate practices in terms of account managers. So there was an account manager that was formally designated within the system to manage that account and do things like create or modify staff access levels. So the 6 remaining districts that we reviewed told us that they informally assigned these responsibilities to staff, but we couldn't verify within the system that that was a responsibility designated to a specific person. So moving on to the next control, few districts, so 3 of the 20, had adequate practices related to formally documenting change requests. So one district was able to demonstrate that they automatically documented these change requests. So these were all within the system, the person that requested, the timeline, all of that. However, in many cases, district officials described more of an ad hoc process related to change requests. So, making phone calls, emails, things like that to request those changes. Only 1 of the 20 districts had adequate practices to make access changes in a documented and timely manner. So we found that mostly this is because these districts did not have a detailed enough timeline for modifying account access. So, they didn't have anything in place saying this needs to happen within 1 week of somebody starting or finishing their employment. So we think that controls in this area are important because inadequate account management controls may result in staff gaining or keeping unauthorized access to the accounting system, which leaves districts vulnerable to bad actors and the potential for improper account creation or access, whether intentional or unintentional. So let's look at the next category, which is identity management. So the 4 controls that we reviewed in this category help protect against unauthorized use of accounts. You can see the details or the results in Figure 4. So you can see that only 4 of the 20 districts that we reviewed had adequate practices for all 4 identity management controls that we reviewed. So most districts did have adequate practices related to unique user IDs, passwords, and failed login attempts. So we were able to see evidence of processes like checklists or controls or software that required for user IDs to be specific to a person. We also were able to see practices that prohibited sharing passwords between employees. A lot of times this was in an acceptable use policy that staff had to sign and say, hey, I will not share my password. And then also most districts did check and make sure that people were not able to just indefinitely log in. So they had things in place within their system to stop users from being able to log in once they've logged in, say 5 times without successfully being able to log into the system. So there was one control in this category that less than half of the districts did have, and that was having multi-factor authentication for users to access the accounting system. So this would require for users to provide 2 or 4 more verification factors to gain access to the account. So 8 districts demonstrated that the accounting system settings required multi-factor authentication, or they were able to show us in real time that that popped up when they tried to log into the system. However, 12 districts did not have multi-factor authentication set up within their systems. There were a few districts that had it set up within their systems, but they allowed staff to bypass it, say for a length of time, don't ask me for 30 days, or they said, don't ask me on this trusted device. So it's important that all 4 controls in this category be in place because identity management controls should overlap by design to minimize the risk of compromise. So let's look at that final category, and this is user limits. So the 5 controls that we reviewed in this category help ensure the level of access within the accounting system matches the needs of a staff person's job. So if you look at Figure 5, this shows each of the controls that we looked at in this area. And you'll see that 11 of the 20 districts did have adequate practices for all 5 of the control areas in this category. The other 9 districts lacked 1 or more of the controls that we expected during our review. So all 20 districts did maintain a list of authorized users. So a lot of times this was a system report that could be generated that showed each user and their level of access. Nearly all districts did have the next 3 controls that we'll talk about. So all but 1 district had practices in place to ensure high dollar transactions required additional levels of approval. So we looked at a few high dollar transactions and made sure that there was superintendent approval or board level approval for high level transactions. All but 2 districts had practices in place to ensure that employee access levels were based on their intended accounting system usage. So generally, staff were able to demonstrate that system access was assigned based on the job function, the building code, or some other indicator for responsibility. There were 2 instances where superintendents had more access than we would have expected them to have. So those were the 2 districts that did not meet this criteria. So all but 2 districts had adequate practices to ensure that only relevant personnel had modification permissions. So generally, districts were able to demonstrate that modification rights were appropriate. But in one district, we found that modification rights were tied to a single desktop computer rather than a specific user. And in the second district, we found that there were broad modification rights for all accounts for multiple staff members. So there were 5 staff members, including like an athletic director and building principals. That wasn't necessary based on their job. So the final control in this category was segregation of duties, and we found that some districts, so 7 out of 20, did not have adequate segregation of duties practices. We expected districts to have practices in place that prevented any single user from having unmonitored access to a district account. So 13 districts had adequate segregation of duties. In these cases, we could see that there was no single user that had access to an account. But in the other districts, we found that there was only one person that was able to access and approve the use of school funds for for an account. So in most cases, these were smaller districts where there was only 1 to 3 system users in total. District officials told us that it's difficult to segregate between duties in situations like this. But we think that it is important that user limit controls be in place because they help prevent and detect fraud. Lack of controls in this area creates significant financial risk to districts that internal fraud could be taking place undetected. So finally, very few of the 20 districts that we reviewed had adequate written policies related to access controls for their accounting systems. And you can look at Figure 6 for the results of this review. We think that formal written policies are really important to maintain consistency across, if you have a change of vendors or you have a change of staff, just to make sure that expectations are clear and we know exactly what needs to be done as changes take place. So in terms of overall themes, we did find that smaller school districts tended to lack more access controls for their accounting systems, but all districts could benefit from formalized policies. All right, so we did make a couple recommendations in this audit. Both of these recommendations, one was to the school districts and one was to the Department of Education, and both were related to just increasing written policies and also practices in place for accounting system access controls, specifically in those 3 categories, so account management, identity management, and user limit controls. We did get responses from all 20 of the school districts that were included in our review, as well as ks.gov, and they generally agreed with our findings and agreed to make changes to increase those practices moving forward. With that, I'm open for questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. I did have a question on the Department of Ed are they under ITAC's policies?
So we have Dr. Harwood here, so he might be able to answer that better. But I know, so the school districts themselves are locally run, so they are not. But I believe the Department of Education as a state organization is. It's just not the school districts themselves. Yeah, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that's right, probably. Yeah, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. This, I'm going to share a very personal example because a school district in my Senate district last year, I'm not going to name the school district, but you can look it up in the news. Someone from outside the state of Kansas made off with over $121,000 of the school district's money gone. And it was simply because I think a lack of controls. And so I wholeheartedly agree with your recommendations here. Maybe the Department of Education recommends the school district start following a NIST standard, but I can hear what the school districts are going to say. They're going to say, I don't have the resources to implement NIST 2.0. If I could ask the Mr. Maxim's thoughts here, would the KSO's office be able to support school districts? Hate to kind of expand the KSO mission here, but I can already hear some small school district in western Kansas with like one IT guy covering all of their schools. They're going to say, we don't have the resources to implement a NIST standard. What are your thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer for Executive Branch. So you'll see probably as part of our assessment with Gartner, there are some opportunities for the state to provide more services out to local governments, but it would have to be in some sort of rate-based or fee-structured model because we're not appropriated funds to take care of something like that. But that is always a possibility. That is something we are seeing more and more states do, is where the state is providing services out to local government. So it is always a possibility.
Perfect. That's what I thought you might say, and I think that's the direction to go. And thank you very much. Very relevant audit here, an example here. Thank you.
I think even, and I know we've had this discussion before with Department of Education, and I know they'll say, well, we don't want to dictate what they do, but I do think I'd like to see them be more aggressive in helping these, at least putting forth some standards for them, that they can follow. So, any other questions? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I agree, it took a while to kind of get a lot of the executive branch at the highest level kind of focused on that. But every year when we meet with the 4 school districts in Wyandotte County, I have emphasized, the need for technology, greater security, even to make sure that they're migrating to a secure, government website, because they're still not all there. So, I don't, I prefer the carrot than the stick, but we have to somehow figure out a way to really get, I think, the message to the educational institutions of the importance of this and get them to focus like we had to, in the executive branch at a higher level, so that you do see the commitment and the funding and all of that come forward. And I don't know how we do that, and I don't know if that starts with maybe a conversation with the State Board of Education. It would seem like direction from them would be helpful, to the school district. So anyway, just some thoughts on, and I think this is a good report for us then to have a further discussion about that.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because I know that, we didn't really see audits start getting better until we saw upper management in all these different agencies really start taking it seriously. So, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report and your testimony. I want to circle back a little bit, and could you explain on page 7, the selection of your 20 districts you state was a judgmental selection, and you had standards there to kind of make your decision. But the last sentence, however, we cannot generalize our results because the districts were not chosen randomly. Can you explain to us how that impacts our judgment of what the problem is, or any solutions to this problem?
Yeah, so essentially what we're saying there is that you can't, just because we're saying that none of these school districts, if we had chosen a different 20, those results might be different. But what I can tell you about our selection is that we tried to make sure that we got a good representation of school districts. So we tried to make sure that we got several large school districts, that it was representative of all of the different types of school districts that you might see. There was rural representation, urban representation, large and small, all of those different kinds of things. And then trying to make sure that, so there was someone from every kind of category that you could look at. But with that being said, you cannot look at this audit and say, because of this, we know that all, 280, I think, 85 now? Yes. I know it changed since the audit actually, but all 285 would fall into this same category. So we couldn't, project those. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. And your explanation and the method that you use is understandable. I just want to make sure that we're sensitive to the fact that it is not a representation of findings. It's usually you use a judgmental selection for like a qualitative, like you've had a quantitative survey and now you want to do a deeper dive into these purposes here. And so I just want to tell the committee, just like, yes, there are incidents of concerns, but it doesn't summarize the whole problem based off the selection process. The other thing is, with this being descriptive, can you give us any correlation or any descriptor with the fact that, on example, the one school that had, well, one school district had this and the rest didn't? Was that one school, was it a rural school? Was it an urban school? Was it a very populated school? I mean, how much funding do they receive? I mean, these things could also help us identify. Because if you're a 1A, 8-man football team school, I mean, the principal is probably the principal of the high school and the elementary school, and they're just surviving out there. So it's just maybe a follow-up if you have that. I don't know if you do. But.
Yeah, so, well, I can tell you that the school district, so you'll see that each of the figures are separated into smaller and larger school districts. And so that cutoff was at 2,500 students within the whole school district. And so you'll see the school district that did have most of the controls that we were looking for.
So they were a larger school.
It was a larger school district.
Right, and then your larger school districts average about 4,200 students total. So, all right. Last question I have, and Mr. Chair, if it was, I see we have a representative from KSD. Can I ask? Come on down.
I'm Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner for the State Department of Education.
And Frank, you've always provided good quality testimony, and having worked at KSD, I know the work that's being done there, but I'm a little confused by the stance that KSD is taking on not providing best practices and managing funds or keeping funds safe. At the same time, those school districts have to report those funds to you. So it seems like now your data could be incorrect. So what's the process there?
So I would say that, so we actually do provide documentation in the accounting handbook about how you are supposed to account for funds. When you look at the kind of some of the deficiencies in the audit, the last one where most of the districts were meeting the requirements were more on the accounting guidelines. We don't provide specific accounting guidance because every district is required to be audited by a CPA, and we would expect the CPA to give them advice about their accounting practices. We do have a handbook for this is the fund where you keep this so that the reporting comes up to us, but some of those situations about do you have enough people signing the checks and those kinds of things, we rely on their CPA, which they're required to have. The other parts, the first two sections were really more IT security than they really are accounting security. And so a little bit like the state IT department, KSD's IT department isn't set up to provide those services statewide. We have been trying to provide advice, and so we do give guidance to districts through presentations. Currently, our IT director is meeting with IT directors across the state to develop best practices for IT security that we will send out to that. Once we get that done, which we're hoping to have done by the end of this semester, we'll also look at sharing it with the State Board of Education. I don't know if the State Board of Education would actually say this would be a requirement through regulation that they could do. They have tended to allow districts, local control to do those things, mostly because, and to your point a little bit on which districts we're talking about, if you are a small district and declining in enrollment, you're going to go a long time before you replace an IT system. And so it will become aged and somewhat ineffective over time. But with declining enrollment and declining funding, that's probably not where you're going to start putting money. So some districts have more limitations of that than others. We'll provide the best practice and we'll give that information to the state board. And then the state board would be able to decide whether they want to make those recommendations stronger. The other thing I will talk about a little bit in the way this comes across is that many of the districts had IT policies, but the policy said the student superintendent will develop procedures. So what we were looking for is not necessarily giving them policy idea, which they would say could be adopted by the school board, but more best practice and procedure. We agree with LPA that having those procedures written down is better than not having them written down. Even if you're doing everything the way you should, if you don't have it written down, that's only as good as the person that's in that position at that time. When that person leaves, how much of that continues? The other thing I think we got from this is that probably too many districts are relying on things built into the software that just happen automatically without having that procedure written down. And so, again, with having it written down, when you look at going for an RFP to replace the software, you can give your procedures and your policies to as part of the RFP. And then as you're doing that implementation, then you know those things are getting implemented. So without them written down, it's too based on maybe it happened or not. So we agree with that, and we are working to provide that. We're trying to work with districts to make it as useful as it can be, that it actually is quality advice with an understanding that the district you talked about, they might be the superintendent and the K-12 principal and by default the IT director because there isn't one, or the IT director, they do that on a plan time that they were given as a teacher. So,
All right. And Mr. Chair, there was a lot there and I have several questions, but I'm going to try to limit them, sir. And so let's go back to just the fiduciary responsibility and not IT or anything like that. How many of the CPA reports do you get and collect at the KSDE? How do you know if the audit is successful and what warnings are being shared?
So the districts are required to submit their CPA audit to us every year.
Okay, and then what do you do with it?
So we do some checks based on what one, we would look to see what were findings. And in some cases, with an audit, there are often findings, but how egregious are they? I would say for the most part, they are. We often see lack of segregated duties, especially in small districts, because when you only have 3 people, it's hard to segregate things 4 ways. But we also look at, did they see were there big changes in in the special ed fund? Because we would use that to make decisions about other funding.
So now you've analyzed, you've identified red flags, and then what do you do?
So it would depend on what it is.
Let's say the school is just way out of line, a lot of red flags. What would you do with that school district?
So we're going to contact that school district and see what they're doing to change that based on what that CPA audit was. If it's a situation where we were using information they gave us for funding decisions, then we would reevaluate that funding decision to see if there needed to be a negative correction going forward. So an example of that, some special education funding is based on how you spend funds. If that were wrong, we may have to do a negative correction in the future.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the stance is moving forward, but I have told this to the commissioner and I'll tell it to everybody, is that this is a time where KSDE needs to be more proactive. I mean, I'll give you money for public education all day long, but you're not helping the case if you get this information and you don't create standards to protect. I mean, the school districts are asking for help. You recognize that the superintendent and the principal is also the IT person altogether. Well, you're given money and we're saying you're wasting the money. I'm not, but this doesn't help. So I would highly recommend that we go on the offense and start being more proactive in helping these school districts out. Again, all respect to KSDE, but that needs to be something you take back, please.
We are in the process of that now.
Thank you. Maury, of the 20 that you selected, how many of those have been audited within the last few years?
So specifically IT or just in general?
Just the IT, the LPA IT audit that we do.
So I don't know necessarily, that might be a better question. Do you know? That's true. Our
Okay.
sample is
I-
closed, so.
Okay, but that's fine.
But I do know some have been, but not all of them by any means.
Right, yeah, wouldn't all of them would be, but I was just curious because I do know that most of them that come through, you know, say, hey, this has been helpful and we know some things we need to do. So I was just curious if they were some of the better ones, you know.
Yeah, I can look and see if we can get a number for you and send that over.
Okay, that'd be great.
That would be helpful.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Maury, appreciate it.
you.
And I'll have your name right next time. All right, next we have Alex Guard with the LPA, and we are going to go into executive session for that one. So with that, Representative Haskins. Oh, yeah, I need a motion. Okay, a second? Been moved in second? That is the motion, that's right. You need, oh, I'm sorry. It's been a day since I did this. I know you are. What do you think, Alex? We just have one, don't we? So. No, let's not cut it, because usually we usually go over, so let's go 20 minutes. Yeah, a half after, yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah, quarter after. 2:15. That's right. There you go.
I can just go, all right? Mr. Chair, I move that the opening meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss subjects relating to the security in the Board of Nursing with Alex Guard, Principal IT Auditor, Legislative Division of Post Audit, Carol Moreland, Executive Administrator, Kansas State Board of Nursing, Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations, Kansas State Board of Nursing, John Godfrey, Chief Information Security Officers, Kansas Information Security Office, and Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer, Office of Information Technology Services, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12C. Because the discussion of such subject in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582N north of the State House at 2:15 p.m., that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the permanent records of committee. We should probably factor in 2 minutes for me reading.
All right. It's been moved, second by Senator Bowser. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. All right, we're in executive. All right, everybody, we are back. I think it's on. For our last presenter today, we have Bob Murphy. He's our security analyst with the Legislative Office of Information Systems, and he's going to talk to us about the NIST Standards 2.0. So take it away, Bob.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me today. I'm Bob Murphy, as you said, security analyst for the legislature. Today, we're going to talk about NIST compliance and implementation as it pertains to the legislature, So we've recently worked with our SOC to undergo a NIST resiliency assessment. We'll go over those results. Based on that, we created a NIST compliance document and an implementation roadmap on how to get us to the tiers we want to be at, and I'll go through those tiers here in a second as well. And you have both of those documents for reference as well as the slideshow. So we'll start off under SB 291. Each branch of government must develop a cybersecurity program based on the NIST CSF, which is Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 guidelines. The branches are required to reach Cybersecurity Framework Tier 3.0 by July 1st, 2028, and Tier 4 by July 1st, 2030. These cybersecurity programs need to be based upon that NIST CSF 2.0 framework, which was released in February 2024, not any previous versions according to the law. So at the legislature, we've chosen to use these tiers to inform our current and target profiles. The tiers characterize the rigor of the legislature's cybersecurity risk governance and management practices and provide context on how the legislature views cybersecurity risks and the processes in place to manage those risks. The tiers describe a progression from informal ad hoc responses to approaches that are agile, risk-informed, and continuously improving. So the NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, is best known for creating these cybersecurity frameworks and standards. Examples include the CSF, the NIST Risk Management Framework, the RMF, and nearly 13,000 other publications. The NIST Special Publications, SPs, which is where these CSF profiles come from, NIST SP 800-53, are specific series that include any important guidelines and are subcategorized, by subject area. The 800 series publications are the primary series for computer information and cybersecurity guidelines and recommendations. And SB 291 mandates the usage of these CSF controls and tiers found in NIST SP 800-53, specifically the Cybersecurity Frameworks version 2.0, which provide a flexible, adaptable set of guidelines for organizations and present 6 functional areas: govern, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. The governance area covers the establishment and oversight of cybersecurity risk management strategy, policies, and legal and regulatory requirements. Identify covers understanding the business environment, identifying assets, and conducting risk assessments. Protect involves implementing our safeguards, policies, and controls to ensure the delivery of critical services and protect against potential threats. Detect is the implementation of activities to identify the occurrence of a cybersecurity event. Respond deals with the development and implementation of activities to act on any detected cybersecurity incidents. And the recover area provides controls for developing and implementing activities to restore capabilities or services that were impaired during a cybersecurity incident. We assessed the compliance with NIST CSF functional areas utilizing a series of controls in each functional area and a tiered rating system. So in compliance with SB 291, NIST recommends that you use these tiers, and there wasn't any specific guidance within the law on exactly how the tiers or maturity levels were defined. So we decided best practice here was to use the NIST provided tiers. So tier 1 is partial. Essentially, tier 1 means we have an ad hoc process for security or risk management or whatever it may be. It is implemented from time to time, but it's not a consistent, repeatable process. Risk activities are not prioritized formally, and there's really little to no understanding of third-party cybersecurity risk management, meaning any vendors or anything like that we work with. Tier 2 is risk-informed. This means our processes aren't ad hoc anymore. They are formalized, but they're not necessarily applied across the organization equally. Decisions are influenced by known risks, but processes are informal, inconsistently implemented, and lack enterprise-wide coordination regarding internal and supplier risks. Essentially, we are aware there are supply chain risks, but we're not doing anything about it. We're aware there are other risks. We may be doing things about it. It's kind of a, we have processes and procedures in place, but we're not formally processing them, which is where we are in most areas at currently. Tier 3 is repeatable. We have formal policies and established processes for cybersecurity risk management that are consistently implemented and regularly reviewed. The risk is managed enterprise-wide, integrated into decision-making, and applied consistently to internal and third-party environments. Again, exactly how it sounds, repeatable means we have processes that we can do over and over again, and everybody is following those processes and procedures. Tier 4 is adaptive. Essentially, that means we have our repeatable processes and procedures. Everything is in place. Everything is used every time. When we get to the adaptive tier, which is where we want to be, it means that we are adapting these processes and procedures for anything that comes up, any changes in frameworks, any new software, any new hardware. Instead of having to come up with a process or procedure, we already have it, we implement it, and we just slide it to the left or slide it to the right, so to speak, to meet the new challenge. So as I was saying, we did a recent NIST resiliency assessment with our SOC. We identified maturity levels varying across these 6 CSF functions. Overall, in the legislature, we demonstrated repeatable maturity in establishing foundational cybersecurity capabilities with partial maturity in policy development and consistent review processes. Our governance process, these are some of the key findings from that. Our governance process requires formalization and documentation. Essentially, we need documented policies. We haven't, we're still looking for a CITO and a CISO so that those policies will get in place. Our last approved cybersecurity policies, overall policy book was approved in 2010, and technically those policies are still in place because there hasn't been any changes made to it since. Cyber risk management is operational in some areas, but not systematically applied. Again, we have every piece of the legislature has their own risk management process, but those pieces don't talk to each other. So if I tell, KLRD that we're going to do an IT project and I say it's low risk, they don't know what I mean by low risk. Whereas we want to have a process and procedure in place where KLRD can do their own risk assessments, but if I tell KLRD that something is low risk, they know what I mean by low risk or by high risk or whatever it is. Technical safeguards exist, but lack consistent enforcement and measurement. This is are things like MFA and things like that we're rolling out, we're pushing to the different departments, the different people. So we're working to get all of those in place, but they're not consistently applied across the organization. And I'll bring up the exact MFA percentage here in a second, but those are the things that we need to improve. Things like different lockout procedures, VPN usage. We've still got some differing things. We're still phasing out some of the older software and bringing in some of the newer solutions. And working on integrations and everything like that. So that would cover, all those technical safeguards. Our incident response and recovery plans exist, but require updates and periodic exercises. So again, each department has its own incident response plan, which is good, but we do need to establish an overarching incident response communication plan and an overarching incident response plan that can kind of, work with the other plans to kind of, guide things forward if things need to go up or they need to go down into the departments. And so we're, again, all on the same page. We also need to work on getting tabletop exercises together for everybody. Again, departments have run their own tabletop exercises, which deal with their portion of the systems, but we really need to have something that's going to cover, what if we have a huge outage and, we have to get KLRD and RS and LPA back up and running. We need to work on all that together as opposed to LPA knowing how to get back up, et cetera. KLRD knowing how to get back up, but what if the other pieces are missing as well? Part of that too comes with mapping our dependencies for our critical systems. That's something that we really need to get documented, for other areas, but also for incident response and recovery. That meaning if one system fails, what dependencies, what relies on that system? What do we need to get back up first? How do we need to process that? Which areas are priority areas, obviously, lawmaking, bill drafting and everything like that. But aside from, those obvious legislative functions, what needs to come back up? How long do we have to get it back up? And how far back do we need to recover from? So what I created was a prioritization matrix. Essentially, I created some immediate, midterm, and long-term priorities. with timeframes of within the next 90 days, 3 to 12 months, and 12+ months. For immediate, anything that was immediate priority is addressing a partial maturity area, such as policy formalization, governance, and awareness. Midterm were enhancements to our risk-informed mature capabilities, including monitoring and incident management, and then anything 12+. Because of the time frame for SB 291, I put optimization of our repeatable domains and adaptive integration of all our different policies. So if you look at the action plan by function, govern, so I didn't go through every single control and create, for this document at least, and create action plans for every single control. This is just the generalized ones for each function. So for govern, we want to develop and approve comprehensive cybersecurity policy framework. That needs to be done immediately. That'll fall on the CEDO, the CISO, and then I know LPA and KLRD have their own cybersecurity policies. For their departments, I just haven't had a chance to discuss with RS. So when you see responsible party and one of the departments is on there, it more than likely means that we just haven't received documentation of that or had that conversation. But ultimately, we do need an overarching policy. If you look at that policy hierarchy, you want to have standards and then, policy standards, procedures, and things moving down below that. So a success indicator for that is approved policy documents and leadership sign-off. Next, we want to implement enterprise risk management integration, meaning that we have a risk management system that is utilized by the entirety of the legislature, even if the individual departments have things that they need to do for their own functions. We want to be able to integrate a system that will allow them to go through their risk management process that they've been doing, but then also easily input that information into one that they can submit to us. So we have a organization-wide kind of a database and a place to look for all these risk things. That's a midterm goal. That's the CEDO, the CISO, and all of the departments. And ultimately, we'd create a risk matrix that everybody could use with updated cybersecurity metrics that we could, again, adapt and change as for each project. Next, we want to define cybersecurity key performance indicators and annual review processes. This was a long-term goal. Essentially, this is where we would look at, what metrics exactly do we want to follow and do we want to, keep up with in our cybersecurity environment. MFA adoption percentage, security and awareness training percentage. What's our completion rate? What our phishing failure rate? Where do we want to get that? Different key performance indicators like that is what we want to look at. That ultimately fall on the CISO, and that will success indicator of that will be a published cybersecurity performance report, which would probably be I do a monthly report currently, but we'd look at a bigger report quarterly, and then of course there'd be an annual report as well. For identify, we want to conduct a full asset inventory of hardware, software, and data. We are in the process of doing that currently for all the hardware, software, and data. We've even got some new software that we will be that the departments are adapting that will give us a complete and total software inventory. That's the responsibility of all the IT operations people. And once that's complete, we'll have a verified asset inventory. This is kind of what I just discussed in the 2 slides ago, map business processes to mission critical systems. This is where we get an actual documentation of this is how we use this system. These are its systems dependencies, and this is what we need to do in case of emergency, or what we need to keep up to keep this running, or the specific backup and disaster recovery parts of each one of those mission critical systems and processes. We need to get those documented, and that's a midterm goal. Again, that's the responsibility of everybody, and we'd have the outcome would be a documented dependency map. We also want to perform an annual risk assessment with quantitative scoring. Again, this would be for the legislature as a whole, where we use that created risk assessment matrix. We go around to all of our systems and create a very comprehensive, updated risk assessment that gives everyone an idea of where we are exactly with all of our systems and everything like that. That's the responsibility, again, of all the departments, the CEDO and the CISO. And that would be a completed risk report and mitigation plan that the goal would be to publish that in a limited sense to where key personnel could read it as necessary, from leadership or whoever wanted to see it, auditors, whatever, they could look at that and immediately know where we were risk-wise. Then we want to integrate asset and risk data into a centralized platform. That's a long-term goal, and that would fall on the technical architect. Essentially, that will be architecting some kind of system, whether we build that ourselves or we look for a third-party piece of software. kind of what I was talking about earlier, where we have a centralized platform for all of this information to go, so it's easily accessible by any of the IT department, any of the IT staff in any of the departments, or Lois, or select committees, leadership, whoever needs it. And for that, we'd have a unified dashboard implemented. I mean, there are a lot of pre-baked third-party solutions, but we've also got some talented developers who can, work on building stuff. But this, again, is a long-term goal, 12 months plus down the road. For Protect, we want to implement or enhance MFA for all privileged and remote accounts. That is immediate, and that is our identity and access management admin. That's Berto Delgado, who does an excellent job, and Steve Roach, who also does an amazing job. And our goal is to get 100% MFA adoption through, not just 100% MFA adoption, but 100% MFA adoption through methods of MFA that Microsoft rates as better or best, meaning passwordless, passkeys, hardware tokens, things like that, and not things like email, text tokens, things like that, that they're trying to kind of phase out and get into this more advanced version of MFA. And of course, the success indicator would be 100% MFA adoption for all of our accounts. We currently have that for all of our admin accounts. Now we're just trying to work on that for all of our user accounts. We also want to improve user awareness and phishing simulation campaign completion rates. Right now, we're sitting somewhere still around 54, 56% for our completion rates. Remediation training for people who failed the phishing is about 36%. So on both of those, we want a completion rate greater than or equal to 90% for our success indicator. We want to be able to encrypt all sensitive data at rest and in transit, and that would be the responsibility of everybody. For the most part, everything is encrypted, but we do have some places where, because the data is public, it hasn't been a priority to encrypt it. Most of the data we deal with here is public data and is accessible by the public, and they can request it at any point in time, but it should still be encrypted. It's always a good thing to have data encrypted, whether or not, it's released, publicly or anything like that. So we'd eventually have an encryption compliance report that would let us know that all of our data is encrypted. We've started building some tools that easily give that to us. And some solutions, implemented some solutions that also have that as a part of their package that they give us. We're also going to deploy network segmentation and endpoint protection upgrades. Right now, we've got a good segmentation program. Those would be our VLANs, which is a virtual local area network. They segment off different IP address ranges. Hopefully, sometime in the future, with partnering with OITS, we can kind of work on getting that cleaned up. Maybe work on some of the naming conventions, things like that. Again, that's a midterm project. And then endpoint protection upgrades, those are currently also in progress, moving to the Microsoft Defender XDR and a couple other solutions that will be headed onto the endpoints soon. And for success on that, we'd have a verified segmentation policy that can be validated. A review and update data protection policies annually. Again, this would just be another big policy thing, where we would be looking long-term for the CISO, because right now we don't really have, and again, it would be a collaboration with OITS, working with Kimberly DeWitt over there in the data department to kind of make sure we have all of our data, the data that we need to have, the data information we need to have submitted to the CISO office and to OITS submitted, and do our policies based off of that. And if there are any kind of data audits, we would want to make sure we have annual audit compliance. For Detect, we want to establish configuration baselines to identify deviations. That's a midterm goal for everybody. This would be documented baselines and alert thresholds. Essentially what this means is when any new representative, any new employee receives a computer, we want to know exactly what's going to be on that computer and how, and we want that documented. It helps with troubleshooting. It helps with finding, inconsistencies, if there's a threat actor, everything like that. That's going to be done through the use of the CIS level 1 settings. We're also looking at adapting the autopilot program, which is an out-of-the-box experience, which would set everybody's computer to the same thing. And then everybody would kind of tweak their settings. But the big difference between then and now is that we would have all of these things documented, so we could know where to go and where to look for different things. And again, that would be the success indicator, would be a document repository of baselines, and alert thresholds, meaning when something happens or when something comes out of compliance, we get an alert about that. Okay, our setting is supposed to be here, but our setting is here instead. Again, we've got some tools like the CIS Cat Pro Assessor and some other tools that analyze what we currently have. We just need to really improve on that and get these things really documented down. For Respond, we need to update and validate our incident response plan. That's an immediate one. We need to approve and distribute that incident response plan, or IRP. We need to conduct some tabletop exercises for incident scenarios. That's a midterm. I know LPA has conducted one within the appropriate time frame. I know we've done a couple things that are pretty close to tabletop exercises, but they weren't properly documented, so we got to work on that and get those going before the end of the year. And so we've got some things planned. And so we need to also exercise reports and lessons learned for our success indicator. Essentially meaning we generate reports, and a lessons learned document that we could submit to everybody so they could see what happened during the tabletop exercise and where we need to improve. Next, we need to establish incident communication templates and escalation paths. Again, I kind of touched on this earlier with our incident communication templates, meaning who do we contact, how do they get contacted, and that goes all the way to outside law enforcement or to any kind of outside organization that may need to help. What's the order that those people are contacted in? We have what's the backup if all of our systems within the Capitol are down? How do we contact them? Personal email, personal cell phone. We have to have all that established. And to validate that, we would test that notification workflow and make sure it worked. Finally, for Respond, it would be incorporate lessons learned into policy updates. Essentially, as the CISO and the CETO will be constantly working to adapt and change our security policies. Any lessons learned from our tabletop exercises or actual incidents would be implemented or entered into those policies to make positive change to keep us on a path of continuous improvement. And of course, the success indicator for that is documented policy revisions. The final area is recover. For that, we would develop or update business continuity and disaster recovery plans. That's immediate. We are actually working on upgrading all of our disaster recovery and business continuity planning. As we speak, we've got a new backup and disaster recovery service provider. We're going to take down the time for recovery, could be as little as a couple of minutes, depending on the system and how critical it is. And we're going to take that down from, depending on the degree of the failure, from days or weeks down to minutes. So we've really improved on that quite a bit. And again, once that's successful, we'll have the approved documentation. We want to test these recovery procedures annually, and we'd have successful recovery test results, meaning that we were able to recover in whatever our set time frame is. And we automate recovery workflows and reporting, meaning that if a disaster happened, we would have automated processes that automatically kicked in and started the recovery process without someone having to manually go in and load a backup or touch a server. As far as integration and oversight for implementing the roadmap, the progress would be reviewed quarterly by the Legislative Chief Information Security Officer and annually by the CETO. Adjustments to timelines or any timeline adjustments or priority adjustments would be documented in the cybersecurity program's continuous improvement plan. Again, which is part of what we're looking to create here. That was a very dry presentation, and I apologize, but does anybody have any questions on NIST in general or on the specific implementation plan?
So if I'm understanding, your CSF tiers, the 1, 2, 3, 4, those are 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 NIST standards?
No, Mr. Chairman, the CSF tiers are how they essentially the tiers where they rate your cybersecurity, and if you want to call it maturity or policy state or whatever that is. The CSF versions are the 2.0, 1.0, 2. Et cetera. SB 291 was written to follow like I said, the February 2024 update, which is CSF version 2.0. I don't believe they've updated anything since then, but I could be wrong because I've been mainly focusing on that one.
Okay, so 3.0 and 4.0 don't even NIST standards don't exist?
Correct. Currently, the cybersecurity frameworks are only on version 2. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you might be talking about two different things because I think he's talking about the version, but what 291 requires is that we meet the 3.0 standard and the 4.0 standard.
Yes, so the SB 291 is referring to the tiers within the framework. So each, think of it as if you want to call it like a level instead of a tier, if that makes it easier, like a level in a video game or something. Right now, we want to go from level 3 to level 4. So, we're trying to level up. And those are the tiers that are referred to in SB 291. Those are part of the CSF version 2.0 framework. So there's the version of the framework, which is 2.0, and then there's the levels of maturity that we achieve by following all of those tenets prescribed in that framework, if that kind of makes sense.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your presentation on this. But I wanted to circle back on your closing about the Legislative Chief Information Security Officer and the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. Earlier today, the chair had made a recommendation for us to consider that the CITO position could include the CISO's responsibilities and satisfy any revision of 291. Objectively, what are your thoughts about having one person overseeing both? Because I'm not necessarily, I don't think that's a bad idea, considering that, the limitation of staffing that we have and controlling costs and the size. But tell us what you think.
I mean, of course, fiscally it's appealing. Honestly, based on the amount of applications, I don't think we have for the CETO position, I don't think we have a trouble filling both positions at the same time. It's two very, very different positions. So your CETO is really focused on your overall technical architecture. What's the plan? So they would have insight into KLIS, what the developers are doing. What's audio video doing, the camera systems in the room. Those are things that they need to have, the budgeting, a CETO is going to have fiscal responsibilities as well. Everything that goes in there. When you're talking a CISO, you're talking strictly security. So they're going to be making sure that everybody follows these frameworks. They're not going to be, as involved in the budgeting as the CETO is. They're going to say, I have a plan for security. This is what we need to do. This is how much it costs. They're going to take it to the CETO for approval. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's an impossible ask. It's just they're two very different jobs, and you would kind of be taking away from both sides. If the CETO had to really focus on security, they might, maybe they dropped the ball on getting the cameras updated in the conference room or the software updated on the touch 10s for the WebEx. And conversely, on the security side, well, maybe they're, focused on that. So they drop the ball on, a integration that needs to be re-upped or they lose track of a contract or something like that is important to security. So, I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just, personally, I wouldn't recommend it. I would say it needs to be two separate positions because you really need somebody to be focused on that security aspect. I mean, that's a 100% full-time job. I mean, you could just, depending on how deep down the rabbit hole you get with policies, and if you get anything on the technical side, I mean, you could just spend all day doing that, looking at logs and assessing the environment and reviewing policy and, checking compliance reports from, 800 different devices, things like that. So,
thank you.
Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a question on, I'm on slide 13 about the protect function, and I thought I heard you say your phishing campaign completion rate is 50%, but your goal is 90%. What does that mean? Does that mean only 50% of the agencies are participating in a phishing campaign? What does that mean?
Okay, Senator. So every 2 weeks, our security and awareness, our SOC and our security and awareness partner sends out a simulated phishing email. Essentially, it's made to look like a phishing email, but it's not an actual one. So, if somebody clicks on it, they get sent remediation training. So that's the percentage. That's less. That's around that 36% for that. Only when somebody clicks, which is already a very low percentage. I think we're at 3% currently. Only 36% of those people are then going and completing the remedial training, which helps them identify, why, or, the things within that email that should have been signs that they shouldn't have clicked or procedures and things like that. Senator.
Any other questions? So as we look at 291 and the possibility of, well, we're probably going to do some sort of a trailer bill, let 291 probably go and do some sort of trailer bill. When you're looking at the NIST standards, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, is that, in your opinion, is it doable for us to keep that same July or 2028, 2030 on those? Or is it going to get more expensive to get it to tier 4.0 than it's worth?
Mr. Chairman, it's definitely not more expensive than it's worth. Kind of the pieces that we're putting in place now are kind of the spending pieces. We kind of want to get the technical architecture laid down, get the software and the hardware we need. And because we can't focus on the policy pieces currently, until we get the leadership. So we kind of switch to those around. But once we have the technical pieces in place, which is the spending part we're doing right now, we'll adapt the policies to make sure it fits all the technical stuff. And then it will just be working on policy enforcement. And it should be pretty easy to get everything from where it is now to a 4.0 where we're adaptive without spending, I don't want to give us, an estimate on how much it may cost, just because I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But it's definitely something that's doable for our branch, especially because we're relatively small. Maybe the case is different for the other branches because they are significantly larger and spread out. But for us, we could easily make that happen, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? I appreciate the helping us to understand a little bit. I'm still not quite totally there, but I'll read up what you've given us, and maybe that'll help a little bit. But so I think nobody's online that has any questions. Okay. All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Have a great day.
All right, everybody. We're now to the recommendations part. We still have one more meeting. I can't remember. Did you end up sending out the recommendations to everybody, or it's in their packet? Okay. Okay. Oh, it is in the packet. Okay. Right. All right. So has anything come up today that you would like to just kind of put down as a possibility and for next time? Yeah, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, thanks for having me on the committee. I made a kind of a note to myself as we were kind of going through some of the project statuses, and there seemed to be a large number of projects that were over budget or behind schedule, and it was brought up that we do not have an enterprise PMO office, a project management office at the state. Any large organization that I work for has an enterprise PMO office. That might be something we would consider. I think that would probably be welcome, but seem to be lacking that in the state. That might help get some of these projects a little more thought out, planned out, scheduled out correctly. Might alleviate some of the misses and cost overruns if we have a project management office at the kind of the state level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During one of the discussions, I was reminded about data retention and understand that we may have rules about where we keep minutes and what we do in terms of archives, but that probably does not address all the technology recordings that we're making. And So we might want to consider whether this group, or we recommend some group, try to address data retention so that we just don't keeping every YouTube video from inception on.
Anybody else? All right. Okay, so we'll add those to our list, and then, of course, at the end of our next meeting, we will go through all of these and kind of change them as needed, plus probably add some as we need. So, yeah, Representative Haskins.
Yeah, I would just add that I don't necessarily have any recommendations, but as we start talking about 291 and a trailer bill, and it seems like we can maybe tighten up what's wrong with it, or what we want us to focus on, or the areas of needs. And we've started that in that section. So I would just ask that maybe the next meeting we can put a lot of attention on that. Well, then that's great. See, I'm a great ranking.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So our next meeting, which will be our last meeting, we will have Gartner's presentation, which won't necessarily require us to do anything, but we could make some recommendations from that. And we'll have our normal some normal, I suppose there'll be some audits, a couple audits maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we may have some audits, and we'll have the reports, but then we will go into, I want to spend quite a bit of time on 291, and for us to try to kind of establish what we want to keep, what we don't want to keep, and I'll probably have maybe Natalie kind of go through it for us so that we can kind of do that. And I don't know, at the end of that time period, we can decide if we, as a committee, want to put forth a bill, or if we want to just put forth recommendations for a bill to be created. So I think that's what that was what I envisioned for us to do. So in the meantime, please, talk to people, talk to agencies or individuals or whoever, look through 291 so you kind of have some ideas of maybe some changes you might want to make on it. So I appreciate you guys being here today, and so I will see you again for JCIT on November 20th. Yep. And so with that, we are adjourned.